All right, so we're going to get started. Good morning, everyone. I'm Maureen Kalman, and together with the development team, the DWR staff, we have Julie Ekstrom and Zoe Cannabis, and Anthony Navasero is here somewhere, and of course, Glenn Lowe with the Earth Genome. Uh, we've been working with all of you and developing and planning, getting ready for today. And so we're super excited for what we get to accomplish together today. Um, as you all know, this is our third year as the DRIP Collaborative, which is a coming together of state, local, regional perspectives to address drought and water shortage related issues. We're going to have a really interesting day. But before we do that, I'm going to just quickly go through some of our logistics, just reminding everyone that the meeting is live streamed and recorded. Um, we welcome members of the, thank you. We welcome members of the public to listen, and we do have public comments throughout the meeting during the various agenda items, asking that you please practice electronic courtesy and turn off or mute your cell phone. As always, we're here as a diverse group, and all viewpoints are welcome, and we look forward to engaging with you. Being innovative, we're dealing with very complex issues, so innovation is important, looking for thoughtful and respectful discussion. So I think that's all I have to say as far as meeting logistics. Want to just point out to you in terms of your meeting materials that we have for you the meeting agenda, handout of the PowerPoint presentation. We also have a couple of things that just want to make sure that you use today during the meeting. We have a worksheet where we're asking you to track ideas and feedback. And the first page is for the presentation that we will hear shortly. And then the rest of the document is a listing of the various ideas that we agreed on at our last meeting. And we're asking for feedback to help the work group discussion between this meeting and our meeting in October. And we also have a handout, the DRIP Collaborative handout on progress made for last year's recommendations. And very importantly, as always, we have a meeting evaluation and feedback, particularly about the process and how to make sure that we are developing a process that is engaging and helps everybody participate. Okay, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Goslin, who's DWR Deputy Director of Sustainable Water Management. And Paul is replacing John Andrew as the chair of the DRIP Collaborative. Really glad to have you here. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited about this. A lot of things don't get me rattled, but one thing that does rattle me to the core is droughts. And I've been with the department 4 years, and prior to that, I was 13 years with Butte County, and having to deal with droughts was probably one of the more difficult things to deal with time and time again. So it's really exciting to be here, especially at this time going into where you're at, going into 2026. In the work that's already been done the last couple years, and so it's just really a pleasure. And if you'll indulge me, one thing I like to do at different drought meetings is there's a passage from the beginning of East of Eden from John Steinbeck that I always love to read. And it says, I have spoken of the rich years when the rainfall was plentiful, but there were dry years too, and they put terror on the valley. The water came in 30-year cycle. There would be 5 or 6 wet and wonderful years when there might be 19 to 25 inches of rain, and the land would shout with grass. Then there would come 6 or 7 pretty good years of 12 to 16 inches of rain. And then the dry years would come. And sometimes there would be only 7 or 8 inches of rain. The land would dry up and the grasses headed out miserably, a few inches high, and great bare scabby places appeared in the valley. The live oaks got crusty look and the sagebrush was gray. The land cracked and the springs dried up and the cattle listlessly nibbled dry twigs. Then the farmers and the ranchers would be filled with disgust for the Salinas Valley. The cows would grow thin and sometimes starve to death. People would have to haul water in barrels to their farms just for drinking. Sometimes families would sell out for nearly nothing and move away. It never failed that during the dry years, the people forgot about the rich years. And during the wet years, they lost all memory of the dry years. It was always that way. And for many years, it seemed like we were in that cycle. We went droughts, we put a lot of plans on what we were going to do. Then the rains came and they all got shelved and we started dealing with the wet years. And we went through that cycle, but I think we're out of that cycle now. And that's why it's important to have this process, this collaboration on a year-round basis, because we don't know when we're in drought and we're out and we're continuously in sort of a drought. The groundwater basins are continually in drought, and we always need to be prepared for the inevitable situation we're in. So we do have a packed agenda, and I want to turn it back to get started today, and I'm really excited about today and sort of the future of the collaboration, because the climate change is going to continue to whipsaw us, and the only way we're going to get through it is to continue to broaden our collaboration through DRIP and other venues. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Paul. Thanks for setting intention for our work today and the important work that we have to do. So for today, our two objectives. One is to continue and provide opportunities for collective learning about efforts to advance drought and water shortage resiliency. And our second objective is to further the development of the ideas that we discussed last time as recommendations and DRIP collaborative inform and complement opportunities. So we will discuss what we mean by objective 2 in more detail in just a bit. But before that, we have our agenda for today. We're going to start because Janine Jones was unable to join us today. We're going to start with a presentation on piloting a modern approach to drought early warning related to a recommendation last year. We will hear 2024 recommendation updates based on information that you provided and related efforts. We are going to set our conversations with a process around the pathways to advancing the DRIP ideas that we've identified at our last meeting. And then we have 3 focus areas that we're going to go through. Reducing ecosystem impacts of drought. We're going to hear about an update and progress on the communication program recommendation. And then after lunch, we have 2 additional focus areas, but we first going to hear a presentation on LAFCO and water system consolidation. This will be an interesting presentation that in some ways will likely inform the ideas that we developed for land use planning for drought resiliency and the water infrastructure and planning focus areas. So we'll have that. And then later in the afternoon, really looking forward to a working session where we're going to break out and kind of step back from the individual ideas discussion and really think about the whole landscape of ideas and how they connect, link, and use that as a way to just really tell a full story of what we're working on this year. And as I said, we'll have public comments not just at the end, but throughout our day together. So as we get started, our first thing to do is to establish quorum. So I'm just going to call everybody's name here. Please just say here or I or however you want to acknowledge your participation today. We also have some new participants, members and alternates that I'd like to give you after we do the roll call. I'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Okay. Annalise Rivero, Anna Niemark, Anna Schiller, Caitlin Loventhal, Carolina Hernandez, Cyril Barmore, Jason Colombini, Joaquin Esquivel, not yet, Josue Medellin Azuera, Katie Ruby, Kaya Rivers, Laura Ramos, Lawrence Gradeska,
Here.
Nate Ortiz, Paul Goslin, Samantha Arthur, not yet, Sierra Ryan,
Here.
Suzanne Pecci, Tammy McVeigh, Tim Worley, Regina Jemson. Thank you. And we have additional members who were not able to be today. Brent Hasty, Amiko Burchill, Emily Rooney, Joshua Cahill, and Matisa Martin. So I think we have a quorum to get going. I just want to give our new participants today an opportunity to say hello, starting with Kaya Rivers.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kai Rivers. I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center. I'm filling in as an alternate for Kelsey Hinton, our communications director. I have been tracking SB 552 at the local level in Tulare County and Monterey County, but this is my first DRIP collaborative meeting at the state level. A lot of my work also focuses on nitrate regulations to make sure that they work for communities that are facing drought and water insecurity because of dropping water levels. So really looking forward to meeting you all and working with you all today. Thank you.
Terrific. Thanks for joining. Caitlin Loventhal.
Hi, everyone. I'm Caitlin Leventhal. I am a legislative analyst with the California State Association of Counties. I am here in place of Catherine Freeman, who has been serving in the DRIP Collaborative. I work in the agriculture, environment, and natural resources policy areas. I've been doing work with DWR on their County Cafe series as a part of fulfilling the SB 552 requirements as well. And yeah, I'm excited to be here and to be meeting you all and yeah, to work with you all today. So thank you.
Thank you for being here. All right, Josue Medellin Zuara.
Yes, I'm Josue Medellin from UC Merced, Civil and Environmental Engineering, covering today for my colleague Alvarez Cribabao, with whom I share a bunch of projects, many related to drought, agricultural economics, economic impact, consumptive use, and a few other things. I work with several agencies, including DWR, CDFA, and a few others. And Albert has told me wonderful things about this group, so I'm very excited to what I learned today with you all. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Is Mariko Folk?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Mariko Falk. I'm with the Department of Water Resources. My role is as the Assistant Executive Manager and Tribal Liaison for the Office of Tribal Affairs. I'm here to help support our two tribal representatives on the DRIP Collaborative, both Josh Cahill and Matessa Martin, who are unable to be here today, but we were able to collaborate about a week ago. So I'm here to help present some of the things that they're tracking and make sure the tribal perspective is voiced. Thank you.
Terrific. Appreciate you being here. And now I'm going to turn it over to Glenn to get us started.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and a special welcome to those who are relatively new to the DRIP Collaborative. We really thrive with the influx of new ideas into the group, so we really encourage you all to be quite vocal. We kind of try and champion having everyone's voice in the room. We need all of your input for what will be a very hearty discussion today. We're tackling some very meaty topics. To make sure we can all go and be in the right conversation, though, I'm going to quickly just recap the existing process, what happened in the May meeting, and set the context for today. Okay, this is the 8th in-person meeting of the DRIP Collaborative. We started in 2023 from scratch. We've done a lot since then. Really, we focused in that year one on establishing a culture, aligning on a process, doing the initial ideation of what we're going to do all together. Year two focused on 3 initial focus areas, 6 specific recommendations that we ended up approving. So we were really heads down, working together on those specific ideas, those recommendations. Year 3 is really going to test all those muscles we built in year 2, because As you all know, the 3 additional focus areas for this year, which we're going to spend the bulk of today, they're complicated. And so as we go into today's conversation, we're really going to be able to test what we've built in the past from this organization. Okay. So in May, on May 16th, most of you were here in this room. We really focused on problem statements, subtopics, and then ideas. And so moved from the top left, we had problem statements for each of the 3 focus areas. We refined those. We made sure, are we addressing the right problem? Trying to get to the right solution really hinges on getting the problem statement right. Then we took all your input and created what are called subtopics. And those were clustering of ideas that we might want to tackle together. And then in the afternoon, we had wonderful breakout sessions. On the right-hand side here is a short list of the ideas that we all thought made the most sense to tackle together. Those will very much be the foundation of today's conversation. They've morphed a little bit, but that's really a direct output from the conversation from May 16th. Okay, so you've seen this timeline slide before, but let me just set a little bit of context on what's happened since May 16th and why this is a little bit different. So in June, we had terrific work group meetings on the 3 focus areas, great attendance, great participation, often with 10, 15, in fact, like over half of you in most of those meetings, but they were complicated. And as we peeled back the onion on some of these ideas, we just saw all these different connections. And it became very, very obvious that what we needed to do was pull in more subject matter experts, SMEs, to understand past precedent and current efforts. We're always focused on what is the DRIP value add, what role do we play? And so as we peeled back and looked at some of these topics like land use, we were going back and seeing 20-year-old documents that were asking the exact same questions we were talking about in May 16th. And so we said, well, wait a second, we really need to think here, figure out who are the right subject matter experts. That's why today's conversation is very heavy with subject matter experts. As a result, we do not have initial draft templates. So for those who were here last year, you'll remember this meeting in 2024, we had templates. We had documents to reflect on, we had edits, we had feedback, we had done a survey. We came in with this meeting with all of that documented. We do not have that today. That's okay. The main goal is if we are going to approve these recommendations, we might not do them in October. So unlike October of 2024, where we voted, we might not vote this October. So depending on progress today, we might get there on 1 or 2. Who knows? We'll see. It will also depend on the August work group meetings, but don't put the pressure on ourselves to somehow get us to the finish line in October. If needed, we'll instead push it to April of 2026. Okay. So with all that said, I just want to make sure everyone's clear where we are in the journey. It's okay that these are taking a little bit longer. These are incredibly important and gnarly issues. Okay. Any questions or thoughts? For those who are relatively new, does that summarize sufficiently? Okay. Excellent. Okay. So I think Andy and Amanda are hopefully on Zoom. Can we confirm?
This is Andy. Yes, I'm on Zoom.
So
Can you hear
as
me?
Arit said, there is no replacing Janine Jones. Unfortunately, she's actually physically on a plane right now as we speak. I always enjoy her master class of walking us through the hydrology update. After the meeting, as part of the meeting materials, there will be additional slides that Janine has provided us. She's irreplaceable, but in lieu of Janine being here, we have Andy and Amanda. They are terrific. We had a call with them last week. It's not quite the hydrology update, although it'll touch upon some of those same topics. But this really goes back to a recommendation from drought relevant data from last year, in particular the drought indicators and metrics. And they'll be walking through drought early warning. Andy is from NOAA, Amanda's from NIDIS. They'll pull those distinctions so you can track exactly what they're saying. And without further ado, I'm just going to hand it over to them, and let's put them up on the screen.
I'm
Okay. I think I was going to do a quick introduction of myself before passing it over to Andy. Thank you everyone for the chance to talk to you guys today. And Andy will go into details, but we're excited to tell you about this pilot we've been doing, where we're trying to modernize and advance our early warning information. What does that look like for specific regions, localities, sectors? And Andy will get more into that. But real quick, my name is Amanda Sheffield. I am with the Cooperative Institute for Research and Environmental Sciences at CU Boulder, but I'm affiliated with NOAA's National Integrated Drought Information System, or NIDIS. If you haven't heard from us before, we were created by Congress in 2006 and been reauthorized several times since then to be an integrated information system, coordinating drought monitoring, forecasting, planning, and other information at the federal, state, and tribal level. What this looks like is that we do a lot of partnerships around drought. We integrate information, try to make it usable, reliable, timely. We foster and support a research environment around drought risk assessment, forecasting, management, things like that, and generally increase public awareness around drought. If you've ever been to drought.gov, that's our homepage, our website, where you'll find a lot of information, including on our regional drought early warning systems. One of them is California, Nevada, which I am the coordinator for, so hence here with you guys today, and I'm very excited to be here today. With that, I'll pass it to Andy and just mention that you can find more information on drought.gov. Check it out. I hope you've been there before. If you go to lower on the page, you can find ways to sign up for our listservs, social media, California, Nevada specific information there as well. And I'll mention too, we've been working a lot with Alvar Escrivá, who's not in the room, I believe, but he's been working on a project with us before closely. So I've been following your guys' progress and work that you've been doing, but also know that we have friends in the room and we're working closely with Alvar on similar problems. And so it's exciting to be here today. And hopefully this pilot rings with you guys and we'll see what you guys say.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you everybody for giving us the opportunity to speak. So I see my slides have been queued up. So I'm Andy Hoyle. I'm a research meteorologist at the NOAA Physical Sciences Laboratory in Boulder, and I work in closest partnership with NIDIS, the National Integrated Drought Information System, and specifically Amanda, with regard to the topic of today's presentation, which is piloting a moderate approach to drought early warning. So moving on to the next slide. Just a little introduction on NIDIS. It's a multi-agency partnership that supports proactive approaches to managing drought risks and impacts. And these impacts and drought risks are especially communicated at the level of what's called drought early warning systems. And these drought early warning systems are networks of partners that share information and coordinate actions to help communities and regions cope with drought. So you can see NIDIS's drought early warning systems here on the map, and California, Nevada DEWS is what Amanda coordinates, and it's where you all fall within the NIDIS focus. There's actually one drought early warning system that's going to go up here. It's the Mid-Atlantic, and that will happen later this year. One thing about drought early warning systems, well, many things, is that they allow for certain actions to be taken, for proactive drought responses, allow for early drought detection. They provide decision support and trigger actions in drought plans, among many other things. So next slide, please. So NIDIS leverages NOAA's capabilities to provide drought early warning and serve vulnerable communities. And it does so through monitoring, forecasting, and service delivery. So what you're seeing here on this screen are really the 5 pillars that make up an early warning system, and some examples of activities that go into that, in addition to various partners that work alongside NIDIS within NOAA to be able to deliver these products, services, and applications. So starting over from the left, world-class observing and monitoring and data repository. A satellite is shown here because it's pretty cool to look at satellites, but a lot of the observations that happen within NOAA happen on the ground. That's really headed up by the National Centers for Environmental Information, who collate a lot of that data and make that data available to you and to all of us. Then there's operational drought monitoring and forecasting, which is led by our colleagues at the National Weather Service in collaboration with NOAA Research, where I work. And then in the middle, what we do is cutting edge research on drought, water, and climate, and it's an interagency coordination on drought. This was a report here actually relevant to the Southwest that I led a few years ago, capping off the 2020-2021 period. And moving on here to the right, that's drought.gov. So Amanda had shown that before. If you haven't been to drought.gov, please go. It's a fantastic resource. Even as a research meteorologist, being a super user, I go there all the time to look at data, look at maps. It's fantastic. And that's done in collaboration with a lot of different partners, whether it's through the Weather Service or National Centers for Environmental Information. And then NIDIS leading the regional drought networks that integrate science into the decision-making process. So moving on here to the next slide. Our effort here is to modernize drought early warning. So drought early warning has been around for decades, early warning systems more generally. And I've had close partnerships with early warning systems in the famine and the drought communities globally. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to take the best parts of those early warning efforts and bring them into a modernizing effort to really support our nation's drought resilience in our nation's economic sectors. And that's the vision for this entire process here. It isn't to say that we're trying to completely rewrite drought early warning. That's not true. What we want to do here is we want to modernize it in a way to be able to bring in all the different aspects of early warning systems more generally into the United States and through the National Integrated Drought Information System. So our mission here was to inform early warning decision-making based on co-developed sector-specific and evidence-based drought intelligence. And we do so by delivering monthly sector-specific drought scenarios based on integrated and tailored monitoring and forecasting information. When we were developing the concept of this modernizing drought early warning, we were thinking to ourselves, like, where should we do it? We want to obviously make this scalable at the national level, but we needed to start in a place that we had close partnerships, where people are very savvy, they are invested, and we were like Southern California. So that's where we're piloting this project here. And we've been doing this for some time now. We started conceiving it late 2023. We started going through these efforts about a year ago now, and we've been doing this for about a year now. So on to the next slide. In modernizing drought early warning, our pilot here for Southern California is to support the discovery and the feasibility and opportunities and barriers to delivering targeted drought early warning information. And once again, to determine the scalability of these efforts at a larger area. So a couple of the benefits here and a couple of the perspectives that we're taking, we're trying to improve sector-specific preparedness and shift users to a more proactive drought response. So proactive meaning that we have better information, whether it's forecasting and monitoring information, to be able to anticipate drought at future times. And as a result of that, really prepare us and be proactive, as opposed to a drought is upon us, now let's react. We want to incorporate and evaluate new information and improve upon outlooks in real time. So in this whole pilot effort, it's really experimental in a way. We're working closely with partners, and we're working closely with folks who are very invested. And this is such a great opportunity for us to be able to come speak in front of you today, because we hope to have you become our partners as well, to really be able to provide the feedback that would help you in order to be able to be more proactive when it comes to drought as opposed to reactive. We're trying to take on a user-centric modern approach, and it's geared toward helping users make decisions and navigate drought progression and extremes. Progression is really important here. So in Southern California, it was a very dry year last year, very warm, very dry. So we're at the end of year one of a drought, and we're moving into potentially a year two. And honestly, when I'll present a little bit on the hydrology and the meteorology of the situation as we go forward, but a pilot like this, I think, will provide its value, improve its value in year two, to be able to anticipate some of the really consequential issues that are being served to us by the weather and the climate. And then finally, the opportunity to educate users on available data information through regular communication. So a part of this here is also capacity building. Capacity building in the sense that folks who may have to make decisions related to drought, who are being affected by drought, they get to learn a little bit more about what products and services and applications may be really useful to them. And that capacity building is really important in an early warning system. So moving on here to the next slide. We've been doing this for about a year, as I said, and I'm just trying to put down the cadence here. So what happens is the week prior to the activities that we undertake, Amanda sends out an email to our partners with a solicitation saying, hey, what are you looking at in terms of drought? What decisions are you trying to make? What's really on your mind? And then after time has passed, we then move on to the next week where we deliver the sector-specific drought outlook briefing that happens on a Thursday. And then finally, we provide a summary, a written summary, the PowerPoint slides, and also a YouTube presentation recorded so folks can go and they can go take a look. So we have these monthly activities and the outcomes to support the effort. And there's a QR code here with a cute little dinosaur that, that Google provides. So if you got your phone, you can go and take a look, and I'll send you to the website that's on drought.gov. So moving on to the next slide here. Here's how the sector-specific drought outlook briefings work. What we do is we present in 3 parts. The first is a global perspective, where we present the global conditions that are relevant to Southern California sectors. The Earth system is integrated. You can't have something happen over here that's not related to something over here in some way, shape, or form. And really the global perspective focuses on aspects of the climate system, the weather in the climate system, that have consequences for drought at some future time. And we focus a lot on the El Nino Southern Oscillation because of its paramount effect on hydroclimate in the United States. We then move down into the regional perspective, where we look at conditions in the Southwest that are relevant to Southern California sectors. Southern California is intimately tied into the water resources of the Southwest. This is a very important part of our presentation because this perspective allows us to give the context that is necessary to understand the conditions in Southern California related to drought. And then finally, we move into the sector-specific drought outlook. We're focusing on 3 sectors here in terms of our pilot: public health, agriculture, and water utilities. The water utilities aspect is most relevant to you all, and that's what I'm going to be presenting on here today. So this is the closest analog to what Janine would present on. It's going to be a little bit of a different perspective here. Obviously, it's not going to be hydrological conditions. It's not going to be a summary. It's not going to be a map discussion, as we call it in the meteorology community. But I'm just going to move you through how and show you how we look at sector-specific drought outlooks in the context of water utilities. And hopefully you'll be able to see yourself in here and say, hey, this is how we can participate. And this is how the information that you all are providing could be shifted in a way and adjusted to being able to serve our purpose. So moving on to the next slide. So what we do is we provide a scenario. Now, the water utilities that we've been looking at and working with, they're more broad scale like Southern California. You all, as I understand it, are more local scale. And as a result, I think that should you all begin to work with us, you'd probably advocate for a different scenario or a different set of scenarios, which we would love to do. That would be fantastic. But as of last month, when we did the last exercise for our pilot, the scenario was compared to June 2025, this was done in June 2025, reservoir storage and groundwater levels are expected to be lower in October 2025. We had high confidence in that, and lower in June 2026, medium confidence. When we provide a scenario, we provide a confidence statement. That is, hey, are we confident in this? Are the forecast confident? Is the monitoring confident? And I think that gives a good perspective on, hey, how much weight should I put on this different aspect of the scenario? And we also provide supporting evidence here. The first thing here was the rapid decline in snowpack throughout the western United States that we were seeing all throughout the spring. We didn't have a really good snowpack season, as you all probably well know, but it was really warm. And that warmth diminished the snowpack that we did have in such a way that was not very good. The second point here is that there's no indication of substantial replenishment due to above average precipitation during the 25-26 wet season. So the wet season that essentially begins in October, that water year spanning October 1 to September 30, October 1, 2025, September 30, 2026. And I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. And then finally, the Bureau of Reclamation, their projections in the next 2 water years aren't great and probably shouldn't be so good either, just because of the indications of what's happening in the global climate system. So moving on here to the next slide. Where we begin is by looking at water resources in California, and in particular, looking at Southern California. These show near average reservoir levels in Southern California. This is a favorite site of mine, California Water Watch. I tell Mike Anderson all the time how much I love it. I want to call out Mike here because we've been working with the California Department of Water Resources, and obviously Mike is a really good contact. He's been a champion of the kinds of things that we do at the Physical Sciences Laboratory and with the National Integrated Drought Information System. So his assistance and guidance and insights can't be understated. So Southern California, reservoir levels are near average. There's a lot of inertia within the system, as you all know, and we don't see big changes here. But we're only completing year 1 of a drought. And should we move into year 2 and finish year 2 in a drought, this would be an entirely different situation. So moving here to the next slide. Mixed groundwater level. So this is groundwater, obviously, from California Water Watch. And you can see that in Southern California, there's some ups and there's downs and there's lefts and there's rights, and it's highly dependent regionally. But I wouldn't expect this and consider this and term this in a very positive light. So moving on here to the next slide. This is really getting into looking at the larger scale conditions and how they are related to Southern California water resources. So what we saw, and I said this before, was we saw a rapid decline in snow water equivalent. So this here is snow water equivalent as of the day of June 23rd, 2025. So this was the day that we did the last briefing. And you can see that over most of the Western United States and Southwest, all the snow water equivalent had melted. And this melted pretty darn quickly just because we weren't in a good state snow water equivalent wise. We didn't have a lot of accumulation last winter. In addition to that, temperatures were really warm. So moving on here to the next slide. We also look at forecasts from our operational partners. These are from the NOAA Climate Prediction Center. And what they do is they show probabilities of above average and below average precipitation. On the left, this is for October, November, December 2025. And then January, February, March of 2026 over on the right. They have a shift in the odds to below average precipitation in the Southwest. And this was keyed in on conditions being like La Nina. Which is not a good situation, as we know, for Southern California, especially as we've completed year 1 of a drought. Now, moving on here to the next slide. What we did too is we took many of those La Nina years that were pretty weak since 2000 and showing here the precipitation fraction of average on the right. This is for the water year, October 1 through September 30. For all of those years, that we were close to a La Nina but didn't quite make La Nina, they resulted in below average precipitation in Southern California. This is not a good outlook, especially coming off of a drought in the prior year and with conditions looking like they would increase the odds of below average precipitation, hence why the scenario was created in such a way. Now, moving on here to the next slide. This is the final slide of the outlook briefing. You may be aware of this. This is from Lake Powell. These are projections from the Bureau of Reclamation. And I won't go into too much detail here because of timing, but these are not good projections. They basically show less pool elevations at Lake Powell in the future compared to today, future up to 2 years. Now, next slide. What we did here is hey, would you work with us? And we'd love for you to work with us. We'd love for you to provide feedback. We would love for you to engage with us. I think this would be a fantastic opportunity for us, but also for you as well. We list many questions. I think that at least one question will show up in a pamphlet of sorts for you all. But what would motivate you to participate in this effort? What would you need to get from this? What information would you need? And where would you find value? So on to the next slide here. This is just contact information for myself and for Amanda. Again, I'm the Physical Sciences Laboratory in Boulder, and Amanda is with the National Integrated Drought Information System. So I want to thank you again for bringing us on. Julie Ekstrom was really integral in this. I think she recommended our name, and we greatly appreciate having this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Really appreciate your presentation. Thanks, Amanda. Really good to hear about your pilot. And I don't know if we can have Andy here on the screen. Just want to remind everyone, given the questions that you posed to the group and the opportunity to inform your work, just a reminder that the worksheet that we have in your packet, the first page is that set of questions that Andy was asking about. And this is a great opportunity when you have a moment to just address it, and we will summarize and share it with Andy. So we're running out of time, but I just want to see if anybody here, any members have any questions or just a comment or reaction to Andy's presentation before we move forward. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you very much, Andy. This is Tim Worley with California Association of Mutual Water Companies. A couple of quick questions about your slides. On one of them, you mentioned the piloting you're doing in Southern California, and I'm curious who the partners are that you say they're very invested, and I can imagine they are, but I'm curious who they are. And then secondly, the water utility scenario, the headline you read is you're expecting reservoir storage and groundwater levels expecting lower in October of 2025. But to me, that's like, duh, you know, not to be flippant about it, but wouldn't we expect the reservoir levels to be drawn down? So are you comparing to June of 2025, or are you comparing to October of 24? That's, I'm just trying to put it in perspective, what you mean by you expect it to be lower. Thank you.
Well, sure. Every time we need a softball, you need a softball, a dough moment to give yourself some credit. There's some high confidence in that, obviously. So yes, we are aware of this. So when it comes to partners, we're working closely with public health. Public health has actually been a fantastic partner here. We engage with water utilities, larger water utilities in Southern California, I would say at the beginning of the pilot project, but they tend to play close to the vest, and they may lurk, they may read, but they tend not to engage a little that much. And I think it's been an interesting learning experience. And we're hoping that you all would engage and try to help shape this in a way that would benefit you all. There may have been another question in there, but I was kind of chuckling to myself about your remark on no duh, because yes, it was no duh.
All right. Well, thanks, Andy. And we'll make sure to share any additional comments since we have to move on. But I think the work that you're doing and the opportunity to collaborate and inform aligns very nicely with the recommendations that we discussed and developed last year. So good to have you both, and looking forward to more conversations. And with that, we're going to move to our next agenda item, which kind of dovetail nicely to what we just heard, but a recommendation update from Julie.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Andy and Amanda and Arit. I do want to just flag that in those webinars that for the pilot project, they do bring it down to the different water user types. And I think that some of you might be really interested in that, including like ag, water systems, the public health, and then that makes it that information more tractable or just sort of relatable. So encourage you to reach out, or we can help make that connection. So back to the tracking the recommendations of what you've already approved. So the goal of this, again, is to track progress on what you've approved last year and then communicate it back out to you. And we're doing this based on your interest and your request. And then, but it's also really important to see how things are advancing, just so that you can see like kind of where your input has gone. And you might want to even get involved in some of these efforts that we raise. So this tracking that I've done here, and it's on you have a one pager, or it's a double-sided pager. This is based on your input. And so always please feel free to email me updates or fill out the form that Zoe has shared. I try to keep tabs on what's going on inside of DWR, but rely on you to keep up with other efforts. And so that in that sheet, we're going to send that also by email so that you can have the links in it, because that takes you to the resources in those projects. So we'll send that after the meeting. So along the left here, we have the focus areas from last year. Those of you that are new or filling in for one of the members, these were looking at drought relevant data, looking at drought preparedness for domestic wells, and then definition and narrative. And kind of that's where the communication interest comes in. So and then the members developed the recommendations within each of these focus areas. They're listed there in the middle. And each was designed to help address part of that, the problem that was defined in that focus area. So first one, I put in green sort of the new updates that we've heard about, which is pretty much all of them. So you just heard from NIDIS about their Southern California pilot for a drought early warning system today. And I'm going to tuck that under the first one on drought indicators and metrics. And because that's going into its kind of next year and advancing kind of what's next for that work. And then DWR and State Water Board have been collaborating with the California Water Data Consortium for testing out making all drought-related data that's reported by urban suppliers to be publicly available so that we can demonstrate how useful this can be, this kind of package, to be able to feed into to make dashboards and also kind of to develop more locally relevant drought messaging. So there is a workshop that is being put on in the middle of August in Davis with the California Water Data Consortium, part of the Water Data Summit for California. And so that's going to dig more into that subject with these experts. So we'll have, I think we'll have more on that in the future, but that's exciting work. So the second recommendation, LCI has reported that ICARP's Climate Services, which is one of their agency's divisions, is documenting drought-related tools and data. And so that's going to be published as part of the documentation of guidance of the Vulnerable Communities platform, which I think we will also hear about more in the future as that comes out. But that's a project of theirs and a collaborative between a lot of different state agencies to provide kind of really useful information for understanding where vulnerable communities are. So weaving in drought of that is really great step. Now, in terms of number 3, that's supporting the county drought resilience planning for domestic wells and state smalls. DWR and CSAC continue the monthly webinar series. That's for county staff, but it's been very well attended and have like very fruitful discussions, and it's continuing. So, and then on that same vein, so far there are 10 counties that have completed their drought resilience plans for 552. You guys had asked a lot about that, especially in the first year of DRIP. 7 are through the assistance program, and some of those that are already complete are advancing or updating their plans. And then lastly, just noting that the water shortage vulnerability scoring for rural communities that DWR hosts, and we developed that as part of SB 552 requirements. It's being updated right now, and so it will come out by the end of the year, the update for that. And if anybody ever has any input or taking input, yes, Real.
Quick question. I think
Yeah.
you mentioned rural communities. Is that the definition that's in the bill text? Sorry.
No, I know that's okay, I will be more specific. It's on domestic wells, state smalls, and small water systems is what the water shortage vulnerability scoring covers. So it is those that are not served by urban water suppliers. Yeah, sorry, thank you for that clarification. And let's see, so and that scoring gets incorporated into the safer risk assessment. So we continue collaborating on that, and it covers, like I said, the small systems, the state small systems, and the domestic wells. And it's right now the tool has been designed mainly for counties to navigate statewide available data to help them in assessing drought risk assessment for their planning for domestic wells and state smalls. So the fourth one, a voluntary community-based well monitoring program recommendation. This one feels like has exciting progress. It's like on this launch pad. DWR is supporting a pilot program to offer education, training, and sounder equipment to domestic well owners to learn how to track their groundwater levels. And those who enroll in the program to share their levels, that information, so it can be posted on open data, can borrow long-term equipment that are needed to take these measurements. So this is launching, we're working on developing it now in Elk Grove area. So thank you, Suzanne. That's the south of Sacramento region. Later this summer and early fall. So more to come on that. And the note on the number 5, the roles and responsibilities for domestic wells that Andrew Altival had mentioned in the May meeting was that the draft of the Water Board's Safer Fund expenditure plan is out now for public comment, and it describes its plan for domestic wells this year. And then lastly, recommendation 6 on the drought definitions and case studies. LCI, thank you, is moving forward with including case studies of communities' experiences from drought as part of their work on the state's 5th climate change assessment. So they welcome input from interested DRIP collaborative members who want to share their experiences and about kind of cases or vignettes about experiences of drought impacts on communities. So that's what I have, and I know we're probably went over time, but do you want to open it up to ask anybody?
I think rather than open it up, because this is really actually exciting that there's so much progress happening, but rather than open up to comments and questions, just to take you up on your invitation to share additional progress, so we can keep track progress on these 6 recommendations. I think we do have to just pause for public comment. So just asking our tech support over there if there are any hand raises or comments that we need to address. That's on the next slide. Nothing on public comment? All right. Okay. All right. So we're going to move forward, and Glenn is going to introduce our framing for our conversations today. As I said at the beginning, with our second objectives, and as you've seen in the materials, we're really thinking about the ideas more expansively than we did last year in our building muscle year of thinking about recommendations. And this year, we want to be very intentional and think about what is the best way for DRIP to develop further the ideas given the DRIP rules. So I'm going to let you work through, explain that, and then we'll start with our first focus area discussion.
Okay, thanks, Sarit. So this is the last bit of setup for today's meaty conversations on the 2025. One thing since May, we've been so active in the work group meetings and discussions, also getting feedback from you all. One thing that really dawned on us was that not every single DRIP idea should become a recommendation, right? So we really wrestled with that. And as we thought about updating the process for this year, I'm going to introduce slightly new language. Hopefully this will resonate with you. To turn our attention here, you'll probably remember inform, complement, lead. We used that language in 2023 and 2024, and it was really meant to distinguish between, hey, there are some things where we just need to be kept updated versus there are some things that we could actually influence or help complement, but is already underway. Or lastly, there are things we could lead. There's a notable gap. The problem statement's not being addressed. Lead can play a particular role. And that's really what happened last year with these recommendations, the 6 that we just covered. And so we're really taking those 3, inform, complement, lead, and creating this new category in particular of inform and complement, where complement is actually now going to be a way of engaging in ongoing work. And so Not everything's a recommendation. Not everything's going to be a lead. If there is significant work already underway, let's ask ourselves, how can DRIP, with its unique perspective, add and influence something that's already happening? And so what we're going to do is call those comms. So there'll be leads that have the recs that uses the template, but we're going to have these complements now. We're actually going to use one of the ideas later today to demo what this actually looks like. Again, hopefully this will really resonate with you because on some of these topics, there's a lot already happening. But if we're laser focused, if we're really surgical, there are some things we could do to influence that process that's already underway. And that's particularly true with the one we'll talk about today because that process, there are milestones. There are things already happening, and we want DRIP to be able to weigh in and comment on those things. Okay. Does this make sense? I just want to pause for a second. This introduction of not just having a rec, not just using a template. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. Excellent. Okay. So for those who might not have seen this before, this is the high-level outline of the recommendation templates. This will become particularly pertinent because between this meeting and the October meeting, we'll likely be filling out several of these templates. By the way, we've actually started filling out some of these templates already, but they weren't quite ready for today's conversation. But those templates are very similar to what we used last year, just streamlined. This shows the complement. So this is that new process for things that have ongoing efforts. It really breaks down to 3 categories. It's figure out what's happening. What are the ongoing efforts that we're going to tap into? 2, how do we engage, right? As we think about each unique ongoing effort, how does DRIP particularly just influence and complement that? So that's the second, the engagement opportunities. And third is, okay, great. What are the next steps? Who from here, from the DRIP Collaborative, will be involved? How will that be administered? Will there be a work group? Will it be a small group? Will it just be one-off conversations? So we just want to make sure that as we think about every individual ongoing effort, we're assuming there's going to be a slightly different take on how we engage. And so loosely designed, there won't be a template. It'll really be up to you to figure out how you best want to engage on a complement activity. Okay, meant to be light touch, meant to be very customizable, very flexible. Okay, last slide just to set up. As you probably saw from the pre-meeting materials that were sent out, there are a number of ideas that we're going to be discussing today. Reducing ecosystem impacts of drought, then land use planning, water infrastructure and planning. Those are the 3 additional focus areas for this year. We talked about them on May 16th. On the slide as well are the 8 ideas. You've probably noted the language here. We're calling everything an idea for the time being before it's slotted into an informed complement or lead. So everything starts as an idea, and then it'll be bucketed into informed complement or lead. The CommLand 3, which we'll talk about a little bit later today, that's the one we've already slotted as a complement because we know there's already many ongoing efforts, and that's probably the best idea. A huge thank you and a shout out to those names shown in blue who have helped incubate these ideas. There are a number of other people that weren't listed here, but thank you as well. Those work group conversations were incredibly helpful. There are other conversations as well. So thank you for stepping up and really putting flesh to the bone on some of these ideas. Okay, with all that said, this is the list, kind of keep top of mind. I'm going to have Arit very quickly just introduce the process for each of these ideas, and then we're going to transition to ECO1.
And I think another thing to just say that based on the conversation that we've had during the work group, some of the language and the description has been edited and changed to reflect the conversation. And I think today as we're continuing to figuring out how to bucket and how to think about these ideas moving forward, that it's important to keep those concepts that we discussed last time around impact, relevance, and capacity. If you remember at our meeting, we talked about the potential impact and how an idea addresses the problem statement that we discussed. Is it is it relevant? Is it an appropriate place for the DRIP Collaborative to engage on it? And also thinking about the capacity in terms of who wants to participate and who wants to engage and support a particular activity. This will become particularly important when we talk about the complement type of ideas, because you will be asked to join and participate in a little different way. And as always, the value add, always keeping in mind what is the conversation that we're having and the ideas that we are developing, how are they a value add to what is already happening to address a particular problem statement. So what we're going to do, similarly to what we've had before, we'll have the idea leads or the work group leads share and summarize what we discussed in the work group meetings. And then for some of the ideas, we have invited subject matter experts today to share work on related efforts. All of this with the intention of really informing us and helping us think about whether these ideas should be an informed, something that we learn more and work with, or if they're efforts that we want to participate in, or is this really a gap that requires a new recommendation that we want to continue and develop? So in addition to summarizing, the idea leads will also propose a pathway for you all to consider, and then we'll have a short discussion. Do you have any concern? Is there any questions that are top of mind for you that you want the work group to continue and work through, and also your thoughts on the proposed pathway? So that's what we'll be doing for each of the ideas in each of the focus areas. And with that, to get us started, I'm going to turn it over to Zoe.
Thanks, Reet. So today I'm going to be talking about the reducing ecosystem impacts of drought focus area. I'll be introducing the ideas that we have on the table so far, as well as introduce our two speakers that we're going to have to give us some more information on that first idea. So how this first one will work is I'll give a brief introduction to the idea. We'll hear from two speakers back to back, and then we'll bring them both back up here for a short question answer period that I'll just point to people and we'll work it out from there. And then we'll move on to the next idea. So this first idea we have is in-stream flow requirements, prioritization and incentives for water users to avoid curtailment. The basics of the idea is to identify small coastal tributaries in which limited diversion can have a substantial impact, ecological impact on the river, and pilot methods to meet those in-stream flow requirements through voluntary landowner cooperative solutions. The related or ongoing efforts are that this builds upon existing landowner cooperative solutions being piloted in the Scott and Shasta rivers. This is complementary to the ongoing California Environmental Flows Framework to develop flow requirements, and leverages existing tools within the State Water Board's authority and ongoing actions and science that CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, does. And so today we are going to hear from the Nature Conservancy to learn more about identifying high ecological function streams that are highly vulnerable to drought impacts. And then we'll hear from the State Water Board on the state's authority around curtailment and really what's been learned so far in those two examples we mentioned at the Scott and Shasta River. As we're hearing from our subject matter experts, I want you to think about the questions that we have listed on the screen of what additional information is needed for on this idea. We have the basics of the idea written up here, but what more information are you curious about? And note those down in your worksheets and we can ask those all together. What are the opportunities and barriers to advancing this idea? And finally, we'll discuss this after we're done with the two presentations, but what pathway from the informed complement lead seems most appropriate for this idea? Not everything has to be a recommendation, and we can be in the informed stage and make a decision later on, but just want to get your opinions on where you think we can best move forward. So with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Katrin Chappell from the Nature Conservancy. Katrin is the Associate Director of the California Water Program at TNC, and she'll be talking about identifying high ecological function streams that are highly vulnerable to drought impacts. Please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Katrin. As introduced, there's a lot of familiar faces, so it's good to see you. I'm excited to be here. I've been interested about this DRIP group and what y'all are up to, so I appreciate the time. And as introduced, I am with the Nature Conservancy. I oversee our rivers work statewide, which has a focus on improving flows in California's rivers for the benefit of nature and people. And so today I'm going to focus on how better management of our coastal watersheds can lead to drought resilience for communities and our ecosystems, and with the hope of setting up a good discussion on the topic. I think we're going to do questions at the end, so don't interrupt me. That's the plan. Okay. Usually I'm like, interrupt me all you want, but I'm going to follow instructions. Okay. So I think for anyone who spends time thinking about California water management, this information is not going to be new, but to set us up for why droughts impact rivers, there's a few things that we should all have in mind. The first is that California rivers are highly altered. Many, if not most of California rivers have been changed in some way by humans. And that human alteration has led to what we all experience as living in California, one of the world's largest economies, an agricultural economy that puts food on plates around the world, as well as very vibrant and important communities across the state, rural and city. And all of these parts of California rely in some way on fresh water and in many on rivers. And for that reason, they have changed. And as additional alteration or additional impact on our rivers is our water rights system, which when originally developed, over-allocated our water rights to an amount of water that exceeds often the amount of water that is actually in our rivers. And this is especially true during times of drought and water scarcity, and will be more common and more often with a changing climate and as our precipitation patterns change. So this issue of how we manage our rivers is something that California has always dealt with, but is becoming more acute as we see these times of water scarcity. And so as a result of that, we are during droughts seeing California rivers go dry that shouldn't be. Sometimes I hear from people, well, don't some rivers just go dry naturally? And the answer is yes, there are some rivers that do have over time have that kind of pattern where they're wet and dry. But what we've started to see across our,
Real quick, what river is that we're looking at?
you're looking at the Scott in the Klamath, yeah. So we are seeing during droughts especially major impacts to our rivers and to flows. And when I show a picture like this, whether it's the Scott or any other river that's seen immense impacts from human water use and drought and water scarcity, I like to point out that this isn't a river that's working for anybody. It's not working for nature and it's not working for people. So the motivation to have better management of our flows and rivers is one that should be motivated by the needs of communities and agriculture and people and nature, not just for the critters that like the Nature Conservancy likes to show pretty pictures of to get people excited. And that's what motivates me and a lot of our team to do this work. And the fundamental reason beyond what I already described, which is the alteration that we have, that humans have done to our rivers in California, that we see rivers going dry, especially during droughts, is the vast majority of rivers in California lack any flow protections, which means that regardless of folks' allocated water rights, there are no rules and regulations for most of our rivers of how much water needs to stay in stream, especially during times of water scarcity, which means that folks can use water, divert water, pump groundwater to a point where a river would go dry, which impacts the river, which impacts ecosystems, but also impacts other water users and water rights holders. When a river isn't flowing, like I said, the next diverter couldn't get their water as well. So this lack of flow protections is one of the things that the Nature Conservancy and our partners, especially our partners in the Salmon and Steelhead Coalition, CalTrout and TU, have been really focused on, especially since the last multi-year drought, which is how to start tackling what, if you look at this picture, is a really overwhelming problem. Like, there's a lot of red, and that's not a lot of blue. And so how do we start tackling this problem? How do we tackle this problem in a way that's science-based? How do we think about building capacity with our state agencies, local water users, local partners, to start thinking about tackling this issue across the state? And so The way that we think about doing that is two ways. One is to ask ourselves, do we have the information and the science we need to put in place flow protections in our rivers? And the second is, where should we start? So let's start with the science. I've been working in California water management for over 15 years, and I remember a time where the reason it was often given why we don't have better in-stream flow protections is we didn't know how much water nature needed. That was often cited as the reason why we wouldn't take action. Well, how much water should stay in the river? And I've come to a place where I think that that question has been answered. There's an immense amount of science available, and TNC and its partners have focused specifically on one tool called the California Environmental Flows Framework, which is part of the discussion here today, which helps define for every stream in California 5 essential functional flow metrics that are needed to maintain river health. And so that fundamentally answers the question, how much water should stay in stream? And what that does for us is it helps us with this balance that we need to do between human use and river health protection. Because of all the alteration that I described at the top of our talk and all of the reliance that we humans and Californians have on fresh water, our expectation should not be that we should protect flows or restore rivers to what they once were. That's not a reasonable expectation, and I don't think that will get us anywhere in the policy world or in the practical world. So instead, how can we focus on protecting the flows that nature needs most? And so using the science that we have, we're able to ask pretty specific questions and get very targeted metrics that we need for very specific streams across the state on how much water you would want to stay in stream to protect a certain function. So since we're talking about drought today, I'll have you look at this slide and focus on the kind of July to October part of this slide with the little box that says dry season base flow. So most rivers in California have an amount of water that needs to stay in stream during those summer months to keep a river connected or to allow for really important ecosystem activity like summer rearing of salmon or other kind of migration patterns for different species. And there's a certain amount of water that's needed to stay in stream to keep that river connected. And we know what we can have a target for what that number is now, which allows us to then start thinking about how to plan human use around that target. But what we don't have is a mechanism to use that target to motivate folks to change water use, do better planning, invest in new projects. And that's where in-stream flow criteria or in-stream flow protections come in, which is some sort of an action by the state or by local agencies to decide that in a certain river, we're going to keep a certain amount of water in stream to protect that important function, which during droughts is often that dry season base flow to keep a river from going dry. So we, in preparing for this talk today, the question was, where should we start in this work? Where should we start thinking about increasing the amount of flow protections that we have in California rivers? And for the Nature Conservancy, we've been focused for many years on our coastal rivers as a good place to start. And when I'm talking about coastal rivers, I'm talking about mainly between like Central Coast all the way up to the Klamath, these smaller coastal watersheds that are usually pretty flashy. They usually get a lot of their water in the wintertime and then less of their water obviously during summer. Most of them don't have dams on them, so they're not regulated. So there's not a large dam that can be used to regulate flows. Instead, they're very vulnerable to kind of what's happening with the weather and then what's happening with human water use around the edges. This is a picture of the Navarro River to kind of show that flashiness between like a very dry year on the left-hand side and a very wet year on the right-hand side. And the reason we've been focusing on these coastal rivers as a place to focus on flow protections is because with them being already unregulated, we have a problem that could be tackled through better planning, essentially, is that if these rivers had a plan or a target to aim for, we think that it's really possible for them to adapt with a not huge decrease in human water use. And the reason why we think that is, for example, in the Navarro River, this figure is showing on the top, the amount of annual water that's needed for human water use in the Navarro. And then the bottom graph is showing the amount of water that actually flows in that river throughout the year, which shows that the amount of water that we're using in this particular river compared to how much water is in there is very small. So from a management perspective, we should be able to figure this out. There's enough water for people and the river. So how can we get to the place where we don't see this river go dry? We don't see huge impacts on river health over time. And the real thing that we've discovered over many years of working in the Navarro is a need for a target flow protection that the local community and water users can work towards protecting, especially during drought years. One of the things that's a bit of a management challenge in these coastal rivers compared to some of our larger watersheds is we're talking about many small water diverters or groundwater pumpers in these geographies, as opposed to a handful of very large water diversions, like on our main stem, Sac or San Joaquin, where we're talking about large water projects. So these are rivers where we see that advanced planning is really needed in order to get all of those water users kind of on the same page for how to prepare for the moments where there's not going to be enough water in their river. Another thing that we've learned is that there are projects that exist that can help solve this problem. One of the things that we've been doing in the Navarro River is changing the time of diversion for water users. So water users who would normally take their water during the summertime, or especially during a drought summertime, when water is very scarce or maybe not there, changing their diversion to the wintertime when there's plenty of water, and setting up like a small storage tank or a small pond to keep that water in, so then they have reliability for their water come summer, and they're not taking water when the river is really dry. So we've seen in these geographies the need for flow targets, but also solutions that exist to help solve the problem. And for that reason, we've been really focusing on coastal watersheds as a place where we need both the policy and the projects to target getting to flow protections across the state. So one thing that I know we're gonna hear about next is what we do have, which is we have seen the state intervene and do emergency flow protections in some of our watersheds, including the Scott and Shasta. So I just want to compare a little bit to what I'm talking about when I say long-term flow protections that enable drought planning. Emergency flow protections often do not come into play till we're in the middle of an emergency, right? Like a year, 2 or 3 into a drought, or there's been a drought declaration and then there's a requirement because of that emergency. When we are talking about long-term flow protections, we're talking about a flow target that folks know in advance and they can plan for over years in preparation for the next time of water scarcity. And we think that that's really crucial for long-term water supply reliability in these geographies. And it's going to be what's really needed to maintain river health for the recovery and protection of some of California's really important freshwater species like salmon. And so one of the things that we've been working on over the last few years is building the technical capacity and financial capacity at some of our state agencies and local agencies like RCDs and other folks to start undergoing this type of planning using some of the science as mentioned, like the California Environmental Flows Framework. But in order to get to flow protections in the coastal watersheds or anywhere, I think the most important kind of takeaway for a group like this who is, collaborating across industries and interests when it comes to water management is that flow protections will only be successful and likely only happen if they also provide value to communities and to people. I don't think we're going to get to the type of protections and planning that the Nature Conservancy thinks we need if we're just focusing on the needs of nature. And so when thinking about flow protections in rivers, I think one of the things we think about in our coastal rivers specifically is these are geographies that have not had a lot of focus when it comes to drought planning or drought response in the past, and they've suffered. We've seen our some of our coastal communities lose access to drinking water during the last drought. We've seen a lot of impacts to small farming, wine growing communities during the last drought because their rivers went dry and there wasn't enough water for them. And so thinking about coastal flow protections as a benefit to those rural communities and how they can be better prepared for the next drought is what I think will set it up for success. And this last picture was to remind me, because it's salmon, to say a lot of what I'm talking about today is a part of the administration's salmon strategy. And so when thinking about the DRIP's role in advancing coastal flow protections or thinking about this as a recommendation, I really suggest thinking about the efforts that are kind of being undertaken by the State Water Board and DFW under the salmon strategy and how drought preparedness and drought resilience for communities and people overlaps with the recovery of our native species. And that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. We have, not yet. We'll do questions just after. Yeah, after our next presentation, who will be Robert Cervantes from the State Water Resources Control Board to talk more about curtailment authority and the Shasta-Scott rivers. Thanks.
That was a great presentation, Katrin. It's a hard act to follow. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here with you this morning. My name is Robert Cervantes. I am the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights Program Manager for Enforcement. So I'm going to spend a few minutes speaking with you today about the emergency authority that we've enacted in Siskiyou County. It's the Scott and Shasta River watersheds that we've been predominantly concerned with, and these are large tributaries to the Klamath. And I don't have as many nice pictures as Katrin had. Okay. So this is an image of the Klamath River Basin. The Scott and Shasta rivers flow from south to north, and they're right next to each other, but they operate very differently. They're like completely different. Scott River is runoff, snow-fed. Shasta River is spring-fed. So they operate completely different, but they're right next to each other. Okay, so this all started in 2021, major drought. Governor Newsom declared an emergency. That kicks in our authority, the State Water Board's authority to enact emergency regulations. They're temporary, only during the course of the declared drought or declared emergency. So later that year in 2021, the State Water Board and the staff developed emergency regulations. The board adopted them, and these regulations enabled us to do two main things. Number one, establish a minimum in-stream flow for each of the rivers, Scott and Shasta. And the minimum in-stream flows were different for each, and they were month by month. So each month they changed. And the other main thing it did was enable us to curtail water users. Not only surface water, but groundwater as well. And that's key, because during the course of the development of these emergency regulations, we found through studies and work with the Department of Fish and Wildlife that nearly all of the groundwater users, particularly in the Scott, are interconnected with surface water. And that makes sense. We all know groundwater is connected to surface water, but in the legal construct in California, we don't always view it that way. We oftentimes view groundwater as being legally separate than surface water. So that makes management in drought scenarios more complicated. Okay, so let's talk about the implementation of curtailment. So what you're seeing here is the same watershed boundaries. We have Scott on your left and Shasta on the right. Those two acronyms you see, SFJ and SRY, are the USGS gauges that we use as compliance gauges for when we actually turn the curtailments on, when minimum in-stream flow is reached. Those are the gauges we use to see what the flow's at. This month, it's 50 CFS. Actually, I said they were both different, but this month, Scott and Shasta are the same, both 50. Shasta right now is conditionally curtailed. At the time we came in this morning, flows were at, I want to say 59 CFS. So when it gets close to the minimum, we do conditionally curtail the water right users. So what that does is say, hey, look, you're real close. If we have one user turn on, we're meeting the minimum. You're all conditionally curtailed. You're on notice. For the Scott, the flows were at 70 CFS. So they're getting really close. The minimum in-stream flow is 50. We think that we'll probably reach 50 this weekend. So we've been sending out notifications to folks in the Scott River watershed this week saying, hey, you know what? We're getting close. We don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen soon within a matter of days. My prediction, Monday, but we'll see. These dots, these blobs you see on the screen, the gray blobs are the conditionally curtailed water users in the Shasta. The green are all of the water right users in Scott. There's way more. There's a lot more activity in the Scott Valley than there is in Shasta River. These also, like I said, encumber the groundwater users. There are a lot. So when we implement these curtailments in the Scott and Shasta, there isn't enough of us in the division's enforcement team to be out there doing enforcement on every single one of those dots. But what we do is we focus on the largest water users. So we've assigned a face value to each of these water users based on historical record and based on information that they've sent to us. We focus on the largest users and the users in the most critical watersheds as defined by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So think in the Scott River watershed, French Creek and Shackelford and Kidder Creek. Those are the three main creeks that we'll focus on, as well as some of the larger users in the Scott River watershed. So along with these curtailments, you have an off-ramp. We call them local cooperative solutions. And so these are important because when curtailments are enacted, it's a hard shutoff. It's minimum in-stream flows have been reached. You need to turn your pump off. Well, oftentimes when that happens, folks are in the middle of their crop, whether it's the first or second cutting, folks are right in the middle of their crop. So what are they gonna do, give it up? That's money. And when the curtailments come on, they don't come off. So when Scott turns on, say sometime next week, there's not gonna be a miracle where in August, they're gonna turn back on. It's like you're off in July and it's gonna continue until the end of the season, the growing season in October. That's troublesome. That's hard. That's folks' lifestyle. That's folks' only source of income in most instances. So we're not out there trying to shut down family farms to the extent we can. So this is the off-ramp. We call it a local cooperative solution. And it's the best alternative, the only alternative to curtailments when they're on. There's two different kinds. One is for groundwater users, which is predominantly most of the folks. A lot of folks have surface water rights, and they do have a pump in the river. Most folks use groundwater, which, like as I said earlier, it's interconnected, so it's 6 in one, half dozen the other. The groundwater, I'm going to call them LCSs. The groundwater LCS has 3 different flavors. Call it best management practices, graduated succession, and percent reduction. The best management practices, think of it as improving your infrastructure, your using water conservation techniques, you're improving your hoses, you're improving your sprinkler systems, better monitoring for soil moisture and plant health, things like that. That's the best management practices. Graduated succession is the one that most folks are in. And what graduated succession means is as the course of the season moves on, as summer gets hotter and drier, you need to reduce the amount of water you're using throughout the season. So in June, it's like 15%. You need to reduce by 15%. In July, think it goes up to 40%. In August, you're down to 75%. And then by the time October comes, you're off. That's graduated succession. Most folks do that because based on the crops, that works for them. So they're just like, fine, we use less water as the summer goes on. So that's easy for us. The percent reduction is just a flat 30%. You reduce your water use by 30%. And it could be by fallowing 30% of your farm or ranch, or showing to us that you're reducing your water use if you haven't fallowed. That requires having a meter. And that has been a big change for folks up in Siskiyou County as well, because generally the water board does not have authority to compel groundwater users to install a meter and then report that data to us. Well, if you want to be in the local cooperative solution and not get curtailed, that's what you got to do. And so that's been a challenge for us. It's been a challenge for the community because it's not free. There is some funding out there, but it's not enough for all of the groundwater pumpers to install a meter and have sustainable reporting solutions to us. So it's been a challenge. We're working through it. But this year we've seen the most groundwater meters installed, and we are receiving data more than we've ever had since the curtailments began in 2021. So each year gets a little better. It requires relationship building, and I'll leave it at that for now. There's a second type of local cooperative solution for surface water users. They're very rare, and there's only 2 of them that are out there. The Department of Fish and Wildlife oversees them, and they are both in French Creek, and French Creek is one of the most critical salmonid bearing watersheds. And so CDFW took on that responsibility to oversee that LCS. And some of the users, I want to say that there's 4 or 5, a couple of farms and a couple of ranches, and they work with CDFW on when they can turn on and when they're forced to turn off. And CDFW has not notified us of any violations or any enforcement actions that they need us to take. So it seems like the surface water LCSs are working well. This year, we're likely going to look more closely into compliance with the groundwater LCSs. We've been more lenient with them in years past, but now we're in year 4, and the groundwater users are critical in both of these watersheds. So we need that data. We need compliance with their LCS, and we feel like now is the time to do it. Okay, I think I've gone past my slides. Thanks, everybody.
Oh, stay right there. Yes. Thank you. Thank you to both of our presenters. So we're going to bring both folks back up, and we're going to take questions from the collaborative. Please, if you have a question, just move your table tent upwards so I know, and I'll call on you. And you can just let me know who you have your question for, and then you can come up to the mic. So Laura.
Good morning, Laura Ramos, California Water Institute at Fresno State. And I think my question is mainly for Caitlin, but it's related to water rights, so it might be both. So I loved your idea of let's move the water when there's water in the river and not wait till it's dry when, but that would only work for appropriative water right holders, because riparians generally are not allowed to store the water. They have to use it right away. So is there a recommendation that during, drought years that there's more flexibility with those riparian water right holders that they can store to not cause problems to the river or to help with some of these things, or just be more flexible?
I'll take a crack. That's a really good question. The projects that we've been doing in the Navarro and others have been with appropriative water rights, where we're changing the time of diversion. I will say the process to do that requires, it's an extensive process that we work with the State Water Board on doing that process and changing that time of diversion. There's been a lot of advancements in the way that we determine like what water is available during what time. So when we would change the water right to, we've been working on new tools, something called the water availability tool to help with that. And so I think that I'd have to get back to you on the riparian because I think your assessment is right. But I do think that having flow protections or flow criteria in place sets up a geography or watershed to ask those questions. Like, is it the riparian water rights that we even need to change the timing of diversion on, or could we get there through changing other water rights? And I think without having kind of a target, we can't start asking that question about which water rights to change. Do you know what I mean? So, but I'll ask my project team to see if they've got a better answer on that, or maybe the board does.
Yeah, that's a great question. And as an example of what you're talking about, we have a cannabis regulatory program. And many of those folks in the cannabis program are riparian. They draw water off of streams to irrigate their cannabis crop. We have a special water right for that. And so the concept you're talking about, we call it forbearance. You forbear your diversions in the summer, which is the growing season. You forbear those diversions. You do it in the winter and you store it in tanks. It's a special water right we have for those riparians. It's called SIUR, Small Irrigation Use Registration. It's a special water right type. But the broader concept you're talking about is a challenging thing for us. We have multiple water right types. In other Western states, they don't have that. They have permits or licenses, and they're appropriative. And so you get in line. Here's your water right. It's for a certain amount for a certain part of the season. We don't have that. Well, we have that here in California, along with pre-1914 rights, riparian rights, and they're all different, and they all overlap and conflict. So we do have something like what you're talking about, but it's for a specific program. It's the cannabis registration program, and it's something that we could look into further. If there are some streams that we're looking to take a closer look at, maybe there is some kind of limited, quick water right that would enable riparian users to store water in the winter, so they can use it in the summer, but then forbear those what they would ordinarily divert in the summer. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear. Can I ask one more?
Yes, I just want to give a reminder, or just say that we are running a little low on time for this section. So if you have any additional comments, please, or questions, I want to prioritize questions for our presenters, and then comments. Put those down on your worksheets that you have in front of you, and we'll be sure to collect all those. And you can ask your follow-up.
Thank you. Sorry, Caitlin, is for you again.
Oh,
So as climate is changing and population is growing, infrastructure is going to have to change and increase more. Is there a way that you see new infrastructure working with the rivers and the existing natural waterways versus changing them as we sometimes have in the past?
Yeah, I mean, two things. One is small infrastructure investments, like small off-stream storage, like we're talking about with the types of projects that we were just describing, but also nature-based solution types of investments for things like better recharge and infiltration in our rivers and watersheds will be really important. One of the big drivers of flow alteration is a lack of infiltration and recharge around our rivers, because we've altered the land so much. So thinking about investments, and this is kind of where this idea for ecosystem protection might overlap with some of the other ideas that DRIP is talking about, which is land use changes, and how investments in nature-based solutions that focus on infiltration would be really, could have really big impacts, especially in these smaller coastal streams, where a small amount of infiltration can mean that like small amount of flow that we would need to keep a river connected.
I can add to that too. The Division of Water Rights has most recently been implementing a program for water right users, permit holders that have a water right but don't have a beneficial use for groundwater recharge. We are issuing temporary expedited beneficial use for groundwater recharge projects, because that's a big deal.
Thank you. We'll go to Sierra, and a reminder again, we're running low on time. Quick questions. Thanks.
Hi, thank you. Sierra Ryan, I'm with Santa Cruz County. I appreciated Laura's comment. That was actually going to be one of my first questions, is this challenge between the riparian and appropriative rights in Santa Cruz, which is small coastal watersheds. That's all we have. Riparian rights are probably a much bigger issue. There's very limited appropriative rights. They're with water agencies and they are highly managed. One solution that we've floated that is impossible right now because of the limitations on riparian rights would be similar to what you were saying, off-stream storage, but rather than using it for irrigation later in the season, using it for replenishing the stream later in the season. Like if we're having a heat wave, our stream tend to be perennial, except for there'll be a day or two, we'll have a heat wave, it's 100 degrees, all the riparian vegetation, it sucks out all the water of the streams and all the fish die. If we had just gotten a little bit of water in during those 2 days, we probably could have saved hundreds of fish. So is that something you're looking at, an alternative to using the water for irrigation, just using it for storage that then gets released back into the creeks during the dry season?
Yeah, TNC's looked into we call them flow release projects, which is exactly as you described, which is storing small amount of water and thinking about when and how to release it. I think all of these are really creative and great solutions to think about. And I'll just bring it back to, without in-stream flow protections or targets that we're going for, it's going to be really hard to know if we're doing what we need to be doing, and also motivate and incentivize water users to start making those types of investments.
Yeah, following up on that, in-stream flow requirements require the data to set baseline and then monitor. And I'm wondering if you have a sense of the flow sensor infrastructure that exists across the state in watersheds, because that's come up in this group as far as just a kind of a potential gap.
Yeah, I mean, stream gauge data is a huge gap. So, I mean, I don't know if you want, yeah.
I was going to say, I agree. We need more.
Yeah. So I think continued recommendations on investments in stream gauge data is going to be important. I will say that that is a known gap that we've been developing a lot of the science around, including the California Environmental Flows Framework, where we've modeled flow needs for rivers that are ungauged as well, so that until we get a gauge on there, we still have like at least a science-based approach to think about where to start. Because if we wait until we get better gauge data across all of our rivers to start taking some of these actions and doing some of these projects, we'll be waiting a very, very long time.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, one more comment we have time for, Jason?
Yes, a question or suggestion for Katrin. I'm curious on the Navarro River, when you're looking at the diverters and trying to maintain minimum flows. Have you ever looked at the different utility usage rates that the different farmers are using? Because usually with time of use rates, there'll be 2 days a week when the utility rate is lower. So farmers will be inclined to pump on those 2 days. If everyone on the river has those same 2 days, everyone's going to be pumping on those 2 days and not else. So have you ever looked at making sure, working with the farmers to mix that up, so then you have a little bit of everyone throughout the week, as opposed to 2 days a week where everyone's pumping, and so you're getting a flow change like that?
Yes. So in the Navarro and a couple tributaries of the Navarro, TNC's worked with the local RCD, the Mendocino RCD, to create something called a collaborative water management plan, where they've worked across a large number of water users to do exactly that. Like, okay, if 6 of us did a storage and forbearance, and if we did, 2 others did water efficiency projects, okay, we still need this much water in stream. How can we think about timing of diversion to help maintain the flows, especially during times of scarcity? And the way that we've been driving that work is, we've gone into that watershed and we've said, like, this should be the flow target. So we've kind of like simulated like what a process would happen if there were flow protections. We've gone in and said we should have this amount of flows. We have the partner with the RCD, and then water users have engaged. So we've done a lot of that planning. The next phase for that is the actual implementation of it. And where we're at in the Navarro on that is that we kind of have a plan for the next time we're in a major drought, where we would be testing some of those kind of timing changes. And yeah.
Okay, thank you again to our speakers.
This is my notebook I was gonna leave here.
Apologies for those that I cut off. Please, if you have questions, mark those down on those worksheets and we can get those communicated and get those answers back to you. So what I have shown on the screen are a few different proposed pathways in how we could move forward with this recommendation. Sorry, with this idea that may in fact be a recommendation one day, who knows? But what I'm trying to convey here is that I'm not proposing that we do each of these things, the inform, complement, and lead. These are just different options that we could take as the next step. As we're running pretty low on time, I would like to see those comments written down again on those worksheets of where you think would be the best next direction to take, so that we can hear a little bit about the other idea that we have cooking for this focus area. That being streamlining grant and contract processes for habitat restoration. The idea behind this idea is to streamline state grant and contract processes for habitat restoration by expanding proven practices to improve consistency, reduce administrative burden, and accelerate funding and implementation timelines across agencies. Some strategies that the work group talked about in the meeting in June were expanding rolling solicitations and pre-application consultations, simplifying grant guidelines, providing internal staff training on those new procedures, scaling comprehensive funding and contracting models, and sharing grant-making best practices. Some related efforts that are going on is we're trying to build directly on the success of Cutting the Green Tape initiative that's going on at CDFW. And so that's making a lot of advancements on permitting and granting. And this also aligns with DWR's new contracting authority to bundle planning, permitting, land acquisition, and implementation all into a single contract. So this is the outline of the idea, and some of the proposed pathways are to either go forward as a complement or as an inform. So in inform, we could learn more from subject matter experts across state agencies about their contracting and grant practices, hear from grantees, especially from smaller NGOs, tribes, and community-based organizations on their pain points in interacting with state agency applications and contracting. And if we were to go into a complement thing, we could promote the effective program that's already ongoing, that being the Cutting the Green Tape, to increase awareness and share some of the guidance and best practices that they've already developed. So complement that ongoing effort. They have a lot of public engagement already ongoing. So we only have a little bit of time left, but I do want to point to Samantha to get the conversation started on what might be the best next step for this recommendation, this idea.
Let's see here. So, I mean, I think you're laying out a couple different options that I think are similar to the way we should be thinking about all of the different ideas that have been identified and listed throughout, which are, many. And I think what we're pointing out here is that there's already existing overlap with efforts around this. So I think that's one thing I wanted to kind of bring forward to this group to think about, what is the appropriate added value here? So for example, in this specific idea, we already have a Cutting Green Tape program that CDFW is leading, and they integrate the contract and grant processes streamlining as a part of that program. So I think it's important for this group to kind of, look to that and think about what is already taking place elsewhere that perhaps doesn't need to be replicated here in terms of a recommendation. And, we can reflect on, are there ways that this group needs to learn more about that if that's important for, with a drought focus, or kind of lift up that work. So that's an example here. There may be, folks may be having similar reactions to, I think, other ideas. One other piece I wanted to bring forward that's a parallel effort, not specific to this, but in our overall ecosystem topic, is about 1.5 years ago, the Water Commission produced a white paper that specifically looked at recommendations for the state for dealing with long-term drought. And so wanted to bring that forward as a place where a lot of this work has been done. They did about a year and a half, 2-year process of public workshops and discussion with their commission. So wanted to make sure we have awareness of that in this group as we're thinking about the added value here for this group.
Thank you. And I'll just take a minute or so. Are there any thoughts from other collaborative members on what would be a good next step to take for this idea? Do you see this going in the informed direction, in the complement direction? What additional information do you want? That's okay. So the other element of this idea that we had initially in May was also talking about O&M considerations, the long-term O&M requirements that go along with habitat restoration projects. And so a potential idea is to separate that conversation from the streamlining grant and contract conversation. Because O&M considerations are unique in terms of their distinct legal, funding, and stewardship considerations, it would be useful to consider that issue separately so we can have more in-depth conversations on O&M considerations and just have a more fleshed out conversation as opposed to wrapping that into the streamlining of grant and contracting. So this way we can still talk about O&M considerations, but just separately. Are there any initial reactions from collaborative members? Does anyone not want to go about the separating O&M like this? Is anyone in favor of this? Yeah, Virginia.
Yeah, just, the grant contracting and streamlining issues are, I think, a statewide thing that a lot of people are working on. And this seems really specific and much more related to what we're doing. So separating that out makes a lot of sense to me.
Awesome. Any other comments? Yeah, Sierra.
Just a thought, it's sort of a yes and to what Virginia said. Most of the time, the language for O&M is specifically in the grant application, so you can't even apply for the grant if you don't have your solution to this. So I think that separating them might make sense, but we can't lose that thread because, yeah, one doesn't really work without the other.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jason.
It's a question. So what is it you would like us to have put down on these sheets and just ideas related to these ideas?
It could be ideas related to the really reactions to the different proposed pathways that we have on some of the slides. So what do you think would be a good next step for this idea? What do you think that the collaborative should do about it? What additional information would be useful for you as well? Yeah. And if you have any questions for the presenters as well, I can convey those. Any other comments that I'm missing? Yeah.
I'm just still talking. It might be helpful to get a more information on cutting the green tape initiative and what that looks like, and what specifically does that. Is it only for things related to CDFW, those permits, or like the regional boards and other? Is that all incorporated into it?
Totally. Great. Okay. Thank you all so much, and I'm going to open it up for public comment. Do we have anyone with raised hands or comments on Zoom? Anyone in the room? I don't think so. Great, thank you so much. I'll pass it back to Arit.
I'm actually going to pass it right to Anthony so we can do the communication update piece. But just to remind everyone, because we have speakers today, and we really wanted to make sure that we're bringing new information to the conversation to inform it. Our time is going to be very tight in terms of full discussions, which is why it's really important for us to get feedback on these feedback sheets, because we will summarize and take it to the work group discussion where they continue the conversations in terms of how to move forward with the ideas. So if you have strong recommendations in terms of how to move forward, that would be helpful for them to know. And if there are particular information need that we all need as a collaborative, that would be great to help us move forward with these ideas. And now to you, Anthony.
Thank you, Arit. I think it's still morning, so good morning, folks. This is just a quick update. So despite the directions that Arit had, this is just an informational data dump for you. So the co-leads, Laura Ramos and Tim Worley, and I, as the point of contact, have met a couple of times since our May meeting to discuss how we can try and move this communication program recommendation forward. So what we've been doing is collecting communication documents on droughts from various different organizations and governments. As you can see, we've got a federal level, state level examples, different water agencies, and even think tanks. And the hope is really to kind of review these documents and ascertain some information out of there that we can start to lead us into ideas where we can develop recommendations. So what's kind of old is new again. We're kind of going back a little bit to kind of do a little assessment, and then we can bring that information forward. Right now, we don't have a current work group because we dissolved it last year, so we may want to look towards developing a new work group just for this communication program. So as real quick, I don't know if Laura or Tim had anything to add. I'll open it up to you too. Yeah, Tim.
I could add one thing that has occurred to me as we were looking at some of the resources out there. And I also reread the recommendation about communication from the Water Commission's white paper from 2024. And part of what dawned on me is that part of what the white paper was suggesting is really reframing how we talk about drought so that it's not, we're not talking about it as an emergency occurrence, but an ongoing part of our regular cycles here in California. So that to me was kind of like an aha moment. That's kind of a 10,000 foot level recommendation, really changing how the public, everybody talks about drought and thinks about drought. And then there's sort of if that's the forest view, then there's a tree view, which is how are utilities communicating with their public about drought especially during the drought period. But so there are a lot of resources about that sort of micro level, how should utilities talk to the public, their consumers, their whatever, but not a whole lot about how to reframe a whole conversation, a whole way of thinking. And that's more complicated and probably a longer term process. But I just wanted to put that out there that's, I think, part of what we're grappling with is what really does a communication recommendation look like? And it's a little hard to kind of suss that out.
Lawrence, question?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think sort of principles for communication, what core messages are trying to be relayed is important. And I think I appreciate Katrin's point that rivers that run dry don't serve anyone. And so water is not just for housing or development, but water is for water's sake and for all of life. And so I think there could be some deeper, more, moving messaging that is not just emergency response related. So yeah, something to share with the group.
Thank you. Yeah, and we're recognizing that that's a big topic that we've never brought forward. We've had some discussions about how we should do that, and we'll be working on that leading up to the October meeting. So just want to put that out there. Anyway, so, we still have public comment period. I don't know if anyone online, I'm getting a head shake, no. Okay, thank you. Orit, did you want to let us out for lunch?
Yeah, thank you. And as we're doing with the other topic, there's a real opportunity here to really think about what is the best pathway to move forward with a very, very complex topic. So thanks for that. Yes, we're going to break for lunch. And are there instructions about where lunch is?
I think the lunch boxes are outside and others that are already ordered. Go ahead.
Yes, the lunches are set up in the cafeteria down on the first floor.
Oh, first floor.
And I'll guide people down there.
All right, and just to say that we're asking that you please try to come a few minutes early. We have a presenter at 1 o'clock, as you can see on the agenda, and we have to reestablish quorum for us to be able to get going. So if you can come just a few minutes early, that would be terrific. Enjoy lunch. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to quickly go through the list to reestablish quorum, and then we have our special speaker joining us. So we're going to get started. And hopefully we have quorum and everybody's back. Annalise Rivera? Here. Anna Niemark? Anna Schiller? Here. Caitlin Loventhal? Here. Carolina Hernandez? Present. Cyril Barmore? Here. Jason Colombini? Here. Joaquin Esquivel? Oh, hi, Andrew. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Okay, good. Josue Mendelin? Katie Ruby? Kaya Rivers? Laura Ramus? Lawrence Grodeska? Nate Ortiz? Paul Goslin? All right. Samantha Arthur? Sierra Ryan? Suzanne Pecci? Tim Worley? Virginia Jemison? Great, we have a quorum. Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, well, I'm very pleased to introduce our speaker for this afternoon. I think you'll find that Christine's presentation is going to inform both focus areas that will follow, both the land use and the infrastructure. So there's really an opportunity as we listen to Christine's presentation, and also we'll have some opportunity to engage in discussion with her, that just kind of keep in mind that following that we will be talking about the new focus areas ideas, and hopefully you'll see connection that will help us in our discussion. So a little bit about Christine. Christine Dobbin is an assistant professor of cooperative extension at UC Berkeley in the Department of Environmental Science, Policy, and Management, focusing on water justice policy and planning. Prior to coming to Berkeley, she was an NSF postdoctoral fellow at the Luskin Center for Innovation at UCLA, and she received her PhD from University of California, Davis in 2021. So Kristen, we're very excited to have you, and hopefully we can see you and hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
There you are.
Whoa. What's about? So I hear my. I can.
I can move slides for you once you're ready to go to start.
Okay, I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this so that I can't hear myself through your speakers. You can still.
We can hear you. Can you
Great.
hear us?
Yes, excellent.
All right.
I'll go. You're going to share my slides, or would you like me to?
Whatever you prefer.
I can share them.
Okay,
Oh,
great. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Well, okay. Thank you for bearing with me on that little technical difficulty. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm really sorry I wasn't able to be there in person, but I'm really happy to be joining you virtually to share some of my work looking at the intersection of local planning and specifically county LAFCOs and water system consolidation. So with this work, we're really trying to understand how we can bridge the gap between local and state regulators and policies and regulations to make progress not just on stopping, but also reversing the unsustainable proliferation of small water systems. So much of the information I'm going to share with you today comes from a report that I co-authored with Justin McBride at UCLA, which we released last year with the same name. So before I dive into the report, though, I want to provide just a tiny bit of background on why we are even talking about these two things. So the first question, why consolidation, is probably fairly obvious to most, if not all of you. So since roughly 2015, water system consolidations has kind of increasingly been promoted at the state policy level. And today in 2025, I would argue that consolidation is really our primary preferred solution for chronic challenges with small water systems. So it's not uncommon to really hear this as the solution kind of brought up for most challenges with small water systems. And as a result of all this attention, all this policy promotion, we really have made amazing progress on water system consolidations in the state. So we have more than 200 completed consolidations spanning almost every county in the state since 2015. And we have many more in progress, which is exciting. And so for this reason, there's a lot to celebrate when it comes to water system consolidations in California. But I'll also note that as we're doing this work, we're also finding that consolidations are proving to be very challenging. They're also proving to be very resource intensive, and they're taking a long time to implement. And so that is to say, we still have a lot of work to do to figure out how, when, and where to implement consolidations efficiently and effectively. And we need to do that work if this is going to be our primary solution for small water systems. You know, we have thousands of small water systems in the state. 390 of those are considered failing, and there's another 600 considered at risk, according to the 2025 needs assessment. So the second question on the background front, though, might be a little less obvious to you all. So why LAFCO? So county LAFCOs were created in 1963 to manage sprawl, but since that time, their legislative kind of roles and their mandates have really expanded. So LAFCOs are primarily responsible for ensuring logical service boundaries within a county, and they're also charged with protecting open space and agricultural lands. So LAFCOs have jurisdiction over special district and city boundaries, and that means that for any consolidation that involves either a special district or a city, LAFCO has to be involved and actually has to approve those boundary changes. And beyond this very clear role of approving consolidation related boundary changes, LAFCOs are also in charge of developing municipal service reviews where they evaluate and make recommendations for improving governmental services, and that includes drinking water service. So this project has its origins in a series of convenings on consolidation that was co-hosted by the U.S. Water Alliance and the Water Foundation in 2021. And in these convenings, participants really honed in on questions around the role of LAFCOs in water system consolidation, and they really prioritized the need for more information and conversation at the intersection of land use planning and drinking water. So going into this project, kind of based on that interest established in those 2021 convenings, our goals were to describe how local planning and regulatory roles of LAFCO intersect with state policies and programs that prioritize water system consolidation. We also aim to identify challenges at this intersection that limit progress on our shared goals, and to identify some initial recommendations that can help address those challenges. So to do this, we conducted interviews with LAFCO and state drinking water regulators. We also conducted a survey of LAFCO executive officers from around the state, and we had a lot of ongoing conversations with technical assistance providers who are working on implementing consolidations from around the state. So with all that background, then I'll dive into the report and highlight some of the challenges and recommendations that I think might be relevant to your all's work here at DRIP. So in the report, we identified 7 overarching challenges for coordinating state and local action on this topic. And these include lack of communication and information sharing between LAFCOs and drinking water regulators, lack of shared language and vision, diversity in local implementation, that's kind of always a challenge when it comes to land use, unclear roles and responsibilities, gaps in relevant authorities, competing local priorities, and lastly, limited and uneven LAFCO resources. For today, I'm just going to elaborate on a few of these, starting with lack of communication and information sharing between LAFCOs and state drinking water regulators. So one of the things we found is in doing this work is that LAFCOs, the CPUC, and the State Water Board all collect and maintain distinct information relevant to implementing consolidations. So particularly the State Water Board collects a lot of data about water quality, about water system risk, regulatory compliance, etc. But the information that LAFCOs collect as part of their development of municipal service reviews, or MSRs, is really different in focus. So MSRs often provide information about the governance, operations, and staffing of a water system. They report on a system's financial solvency. And MSRs often have kind of local concerns of relevance for future planning. For example, capacity gaps for new housing. And by and large, kind of LAFCOs collecting and dealing with this set of information, the State Water Board collecting and dealing with regulatory compliance information, there is not a lot of sharing between them, even when kind of both sides could probably use the information that the other is collecting. And that's particularly true when we're thinking about identifying potential consolidations. And this lack of information sharing then also impacts kind of the planning and implementation of projects once they've been identified. So another challenge we found is that there's a lack of clarity and agreement as to the roles and responsibilities of all these different parties when it comes to consolidation. So the State Water Board is the primary entity in the state that is promoting consolidation. But the LAFCO process is really set up to receive and process boundary change applications from local agencies directly. In other words, there can be kind of a mismatch between who's championing the project and who's on the hook for the bureaucratic process and the associated costs at the local level. Furthermore, both the state and local levels, we found in our interviews that there's significant disagreement about what the role of the state versus local should be in the realm of consolidations. So some see consolidation as a regulatory strategy and see it for that reason as kind of the exclusive purview of the State Water Board. But others see kind of the reorganization of service boundaries and the determination of where service boundaries make sense and who is the appropriate service provider. They see that as a core LAFCO function, and sometimes will really do not think the state should be involved in those questions. So you can see we have a little bit of kind of different perspectives, and it's not just that statewide people think it's a state thing and local people think it's a local thing. There actually is a lot of mixing between different parties on this topic. So, and the third challenge I want to just kind of go into here is gaps in relevant authorities. So across the different regulators, there's some significant gaps around consolidations and their implementation. So first, the states, as the state's primacy agency for drinking water, the Water Board's mandate is really to focus on failing water systems. So as a result, the Water Board's consolidation efforts generally focus on water systems that are out of compliance and that are a threat to public health. But where other systems, let's say non-failing systems, kind of fit in the purview of the board when it comes to consolidations is a little bit murkier, right? If they're not failing, if they don't have violations, is it the Water Board's role to promote consolidation with those water systems? That's a little less clear. On the other hand, LAFCOs are supposed to be thinking about the current operations and the long-term sustainability of drinking water service providers. So that's a big part of what a municipal service review does. They think about long-term sustainability and they make recommendations to promote that. So LAFCOs are really definitely squarely in the arena of trying to ensure long-term sustainability of local drinking water service providers. That being said, they really have limited enforcement and implementation mechanisms. So they make recommendations in their municipal service reviews, but those recommendations don't have to be implemented, and sometimes they may not even be kind of raised in forums or discussed. And then the last gap I want to point out here is that LAFCO jurisdiction is only limited to local government agencies. So this means that LAFCOs are generally not doing that type of kind of thorough oversight and local review when it comes to privately owned systems. So we have a whole segment of water systems that are kind of outside of that local planning process. And for some of these systems, investor-owned utilities, there is some additional oversight from the CPUC. But for other systems like mobile home parks and mutual water companies, there really isn't an entity that is in charge with some of that more local level planning and sustainability considerations. So I'm going to transition now to talking about a few recommendations or themes of recommendations that I think are relevant to DRIP's work. And the first theme of recommendations or cluster of recommendations I want to talk about is leveraging local planning as a tool for consolidation. So particularly here, I'm thinking about proactive consolidations, right? So we have a mechanism in the state through the Water Board to advance consolidations for failing systems. But here I'm really thinking about local planning as a way by which we can advance those non-regulatory consolidations, or sometimes I call them low-hanging fruit consolidations. So the system might not be out of compliance now, but maybe they're a little bit on shaky grounds financially, and it makes sense to consolidate them before they really tank and things go bottom up. So we can really think about local planning as an opportunity to address those systems. So one way we can do that, right, is ensuring robust, regular, comprehensive municipal service reviews at the county level. Through either LAFCOs or other planning forums, we also can be looking at standardizing the assessment of consolidation feasibility at the county level. So there's really some local awareness of where water systems are in relation to each other and what opportunities for consolidation there might be. So again, this is something that the Water Board is doing kind of from a regulatory standpoint, but we can also do at the local level to prepare for potential consolidations locally. And then a third kind of component of this, I think that we really need to work towards is how do we bridge information between counties and state programs to promote this type of planning? Because while LAFCOs really do have a role to be doing LAFCOs and other forums like Drought Task Force, county general plans, those planning processes can definitely include this type of drinking water planning. They don't always have the data and information they need to do that. So how do we connect state resources and local planning to leverage those opportunities? So I want to give two examples of how this works how this can kind of work. So one example is Sativa County Water District in Los Angeles. Some of you maybe have heard about Sativa. So in 2018, Sativa residents, this serves the community of Compton, started complaining about discolored water, and it was a really, really big deal. You see here the headline from Los Angeles County, or the LA Times, right? But before 2018, when this happened, the LA LAFCO had actually flagged the Sativa County Water District as near failing as early as 2005. And they had recommended the dissolution of Sativa County Water District as early as 2005, right? So they had already kind of spotted this problem and they already had a planned recommendation. What they didn't really have is the either capacity or the authority to act on that recommendation. But when this crisis happened in 2018, they were able to step in really quickly. And within, I think, 2.5 months, they were submitted the application to dissolve Sativa County Water District. And so for those of us who work in the consolidations realm, 2.5 months is extremely, extremely quickly. And I think it goes to show having this type of local planning done ahead of time can really facilitate response. Perhaps we could have even avoided this situation in 2018, though, had the LAFCO been able to act more proactively on their recommendations previously. So another example of this type of planning comes from the County of Santa Cruz. So the Santa Cruz LAFCO conducted a county-wide municipal service review in 2022. And shortly thereafter, the Big Basin Water Company catastrophically failed and ended up having to go into a court-appointed receiver. So because LAFCO had actually already done kind of the mapping of water systems, they understood where Big Basin was, they understood their issues, and they also understood the other regional service providers, LAFCO has been able to play a really proactive and important role in helping to resolve the big basin water crisis. And they've really been at the table proposing solutions for other service providers in a way that's been very helpful. And the Santa Cruz LAFCO points to the municipal service review as what made them able to participate in that way, because they had already done some of the planning and background research they needed to play this type of role. So then, because of the importance of local planning, I think we need to be thinking about what are the best practices for local service reviews. And I think while these are specific to LAFCO service reviews, I think this type of planning around best practices is also relevant to general plans. It's also relevant to county drought task force. But what is the type of guidance that we can give local planners to be able to be doing some of this work ahead of time that can have outcomes like in Santa Cruz or like in Los Angeles? So some of the recommendations that I've been working with a group of LAFCOs to put forward includes conducting this type of planning at the county scale. There's a lot of benefits to doing it at the county level versus kind of sub-regionally or individual agencies one at a time. We also want to figure out how we can share these reviews more fully. So making sure not just that the reviewed agencies receive these reviews, but the Division of Drinking Water also receives these reviews. And another idea here is thinking about how to incorporate deadlines and incentives into recommendations. So LAFCO's recommendations are not binding. They don't have to be implemented, but maybe there is a way to incentivize their implementation with how those recommendations are put forward. So then I'm going to close out with just this last kind of type of recommendation that I've been thinking about from this work. It's really clear to me that we need to identify pathways for advancing kind of like proactive local consolidations outside of a regulatory framework. So again, we really have the regulatory framework for consolidations down, but what we don't have down is how do we incentivize consolidation before systems fail? And we identified a lot of challenges to doing this. So even though there are a lot of small systems who may want to be consolidated or are maybe open to being consolidated, there's really limited local resources and capacity to do this work. So as things stand now, unless the system is failing, there's really no one who can step in and help with that capacity and with those resources. But I do think it's possible for us to think of creative ways around that gap. So that involves needing to find ways to reduce the bureaucratic hurdles to doing this locally. We need to reduce the financial impediments to doing this locally, and really clarify whose role is this type of proactive consolidation, or maybe who can play this type of role outside of the water board. So with that, I will close, and I'm happy for questions and discussion, and I'm also happy to continue to be a resource to the different task force groups as you're working on these different consolidation or different topics. So I'll just say that this QR code does have the full report that I was sharing today, and it also has some other consolidation resources as well.
Thanks, Kristen. Really appreciate the presentation on the work that you're doing. And I'm going to open it up to comments, thoughts, questions that members might have for you. It was great to see the recommendation about the importance of planning, early planning, being proactive, and being ready for when things happen. Any comments in the room? Go ahead, Paul.
At the end on having LAFCO initiate consolidation, that gets into the local funding challenges, because they're, fee-based. They need who's ever proposing it to fund their operation. So did you have recommendations on how that could be done, and any thoughts on that?
Yes, it's a great question. So two things. So I think the first one, yes, LAFCOs are usually funded by fees from the agencies that they regulate, and different LAFCOs have different levels of resources. And so some LAFCOs do have pretty good resources, bigger counties, more urban counties that regulate more agencies. So I think if we think about allowing LAFCOs to initiate consolidations and carry the cost of that, there are some LAFCOs who are telling me they're willing and wanting to do that. So that's kind of the first thing, is that there are some that could do it with their local resources. They just don't have the ability to initiate consolidations in that way right now. But the other side that we have been talking a lot about, and I don't have a clear recommendation for you, but I do think is possible, is what are those funding sources that a LAFCO could draw on to get this done if they don't have the funding, but they are willing to take the action themselves. If we had some type of small funding source for that could cover those, like kind of the cost of the sphere update and what have you, there are additional LAFCOs that would then be willing and able to take that action. So I think allowing LAFCOs to take action is one positive recommendation, but then we certainly have to figure out the funding side. There has been some discussion about whether they could be eligible, for some planning dollars. I don't have the answer, but there is a lot of interest in looking to what the options might be.
Okay, I'm gonna move to our next question, comment. Tim, go ahead. And maybe just let Kristen know who's speaking. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Can we do Tim and I'll come to you? Yes, okay. Just make sure to let Kristen know who you are and
Sure.
who you represent.
Hi, Kristen. Tim Worley, representing Cal Mutuals. And I just had a question about the research that was, I think, funded by the Water Foundation. I was curious what kind of input the study got from some of the small systems that are the subject of the study.
So if you're specifically asking about this report, the LAFCO and water system consolidation, this actually wasn't funded by Water Foundation. The need for the project came up through that Water Foundation series of convenings, but then this was funded through UC Agriculture and Natural Resources. And this study specifically, the focus was on regulators. So the focus was on LAFCOs as well as the State Water Board and the California Public Utilities Commission. So some of my other work that I'd be happy to talk about, or maybe we can talk about offline, focused on consolidations and water systems. That's where I've been more engaging with systems themselves.
Oh, okay. So one of the other things you mentioned and one of your first recommendation was that service level reviews could be done by LAFCOs or others. I think you threw in or others, and I was just curious if you had some others in mind that could, that you were referring to, or that you think could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So these, the recommendations I've been working on for best practices and service reviews, we've been focused on LAFCO municipal service reviews, which are required for LAFCOs to do every 5 years, or so that's the focus there. But I was probably very uneloquently trying to broaden and say that I think that these best practices are relevant in other spaces. So the spaces for me that come to mind are general plans, water elements, as well as drought task forces at the county level. So kind of all those spaces where there's county level planning happening. So my point that I can try to make more clearly, was that these best practices in local water related planning that we're developing for municipal service reviews, I think could also be used in those venues.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Hi, Kristen. This is Carolina Hernandez. I'm with LA County Public Works, and thanks for the presentation, and thank you for the nice sativa shout out. I'm glad it was put forth in a positive light. But I do want to share more with the group in the sense that, in this time frame, we can't get into all things that were sativa, but it was extremely difficult. So while I appreciate the time frame that you communicated, I think that it was a good example of what is outlined in terms of what I consider to be forward-thinking on my board's, the LA County Board of Supervisors' behalf, in the sense that, just to give you everybody a sense of realm, there's over 200 water agencies in LA County. The LA County Board of Supervisors only has oversight over one water agency, water utility in LA County, which happens to be mine, which is the LA County Waterworks Districts. And it's large, we're like the third largest, but it's still not 200, right? It's not LADWP, it's not Pasadena, it's not a lot of them. So this was not an LA County district, and I appreciate you pointing that out, that it was Sativa, but I think what happened is that we saw this, and because of this lack of, ability for people to swoop in and help out, even where they, with the best intentions, even if it were the regulator or LAFCO, whoever, that we do have this barrier, and I think that's kind of one of the points that you're helping us understand here, and some recommendations to remedy that. But it was very difficult because really, if the LA County Board of Supervisors hadn't stepped in, there was nobody there to do it. And so what happened was that you have a county that had a resource enough to leverage funding to be able to get this done in the time frame in which we did it, happened to have a water utility that they had oversight over, which again isn't always the case. So here are my staff, brought into the space because you have to know water. You have to understand how to run a water agency. And so it was extremely difficult. We can talk offline later about all of the many things that it was difficult in doing. But LA County, again, Board of Supervisors came in, put the money forth, fronted the money, because even though they have oversight over my district cannot use my ratepayers' funds to support another water agency. I think it's very important that we all recognize that. So anyway, the county out of its general fund did that, and then there was reimbursements later by the state. So just wanted to give what I feel to be a more full picture of that situation, and to really let you know that I do appreciate the work that you're doing and kind of looking at these opportunities by which we would maybe be able to tackle it. My only concern is that when we start talking about, can LAFCO maybe do it? And this, I want to warn that you do need, in my opinion, you need a water level of intelligence for municipal systems to be able to make recommendations of this nature. And while I have all the faith in LAFCO and what the business that they do, they're very good at what they do, I don't know that this is their business in terms of expertise. And so then the other burden falls on local government. And I have a large concern with that, because that's more financing that local government doesn't have. And as a water utility, I'm already feeling that. So even in those areas where there's somebody coming and it's proactive and they're not an at-risk system, I can't get them, and we want to consolidate them, they want to consolidate that with us, I can't get the money to do it. So I just want to kind of share that. It doesn't really speak to you, Kristen, like directly, just kind of more sharing for the entire group. Thank you.
No, I'll just say I super appreciate that. And I will say I use the example both positively and negatively because I do understand it was really hard. My point here, and with the Big Basin case, which also is a mess, to be clear, these are not easy situations, is that having these like local planning and having some like path forward or even idea of what's going on before these crises happen can be helpful, but that is not, certainly don't want to imply that it's easy. So I appreciate that perspective and that.
Thank you. Thanks, Carolina, for giving us kind of a wider lens into this, right, the complexity of it. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hi, Andrew Altfolks with the State Water Board. Thank you, Dr. Dobbin, for your presentation and all your work in this area. I just wanted to sort of reiterate kind of for the group that I think a lot of what you talked about is very relevant to what we're going to be discussing, and for land use and also for the infrastructure work. It's like things that can be done with existing authorities, and there may be resource limitations, but like the authorities are there, and so it's very doable. And so I think it would sort of behoove all of us to kind of maybe, today and then beyond, to like think about what you've talked to us about and how we can actually use that in recommendations. And I think to the, sort of what was just brought up about sort of resource limitations or expertise limitations, I mean, I think that's actually something that like the state board can help and the Division of Drinking Water can help with pieces of that, certainly. And, we're certainly very willing to work with LAFCOs on that and would definitely, like to get connected in that realm as well. So, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew. That was actually a nice summary and a way for us to transition into the focus area conversation that we were going to have. So before we let you go, I'm just checking in to see if there are any other questions, especially as we will be transitioning to talk about the land use and infrastructure focus areas. Any other comments, questions on this? I don't see any, so I'm going to thank you for joining us. And we have the information about your report. I think it's in the PowerPoint, and make sure that everybody has access to it. So thanks for joining us.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna switch, and I think we're just gonna move past Kristen's presentation, and see if I can do that. Okay, so there's the report. All right, so we're gonna move forward to the land use planning recommendations. And we have 3 ideas that we're going to walk through today. The first 2 ideas are still in the idea stage, and we'll hear first from Anna Schiller, and then we'll hear from Sierra and Lawrence on the second one. And then the third one is what we know to be a complement idea, and so Julie will be speaking to that. So I'm just going to turn to you, Anna, to get us started.
Great, thanks so much, everyone. Anna Schiller with Environmental Defense Fund. I'm going to speak a bit about the land repurposing related idea, which is still in formation. And I almost want to adapt the title to be more focused on adapting agricultural landscapes more broadly. One option being land repurposing, but I'll go into more detail about what that might mean. So as folks are likely aware, agriculture is incredibly important in the state. We have about 8.5 million acres of irrigated agricultural land. About 75% of that is in the Central Valley. And agriculture is the largest human user of water, and therefore is very vulnerable to periods of drought, as well as some longer term trends that the state is experiencing that is making it more difficult to grow certain crops, having hotter, drier conditions making crops thirstier, as well as we've learned through this group, having more frequent, intense periods of drought. And in drought years, we know that oftentimes farmers are forced to make challenging fallowing decisions. In 2015, over 500,000 acres of farmland were fallowed. In our drought in 2022, this looked like more like 750,000 acres of farmland. So we're already experiencing these periodic spikes in agricultural land fallowing. This issue is going to be further compounded as the state is implementing the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which is asking basins to balance groundwater replenishment and extraction, as well as the pressures of climate change. There are estimates that up to 900,000 acres of farmland just in the San Joaquin Valley may be coming out of production by the year 2040. And this represents a massive change in our agricultural landscapes. That's roughly 20%, or 1 out of every 5 irrigated farmland acres in the San Joaquin Valley. And we understand that without proactive management, land fallowing, land abandonment can have some incredibly significant regional impacts, economic impacts related to revenue loss, job loss, environmental impacts with the proliferation of pests and weeds, as well as human health impacts, particularly related to air quality impacts with dust emissions from unmanaged fallowed land. A recent study from UC Merced found that approximately 80% of human-caused dust in California's Central Valley is due to land fallowing. However, with some coordination at a regional scale and technical and funding support from state agencies and partners, agricultural regions can build adaptive capacity in order to navigate some of these transitions and become more resilient to shifts in water availability in the long term. Voluntary programs that empower growers to manage fallowed or retired land can both minimize those negative impacts I described, as well as potentially create some new public benefits, things like generating pollinator habitat, supporting biodiversity, providing community recreational opportunities and buffer zones between communities and active agriculture, supporting soil conservation, renewable energy, and even having potentially flood risk reduction benefits in the cases where you might be restoring floodplains. There are a number of state programs that already support some of these types of initiatives. Ones that are top of mind are things like the Department of Conservation's Multi-Benefit Land Repurposing Program. Department of Water Resources has a Land Flex program that also supports more managed, proactive, incentivized fallowing, as well as a number of agencies that definitely touch this issue as well. Department of Food and Agriculture, the Land Use and Climate Focused Group, which I apologize, I always forget the fresh name of that organization, as well as local groundwater sustainability agencies, counties that are starting to think about these issues in different ways. However, we know that there is a need for more regional capacity to be developed. Ultimately, land use plan decisions make most sense to be based regionally. There are unique conditions in each region and different priorities for different land uses, considerations of what land we want to keep in production, and thinking about alternative uses, what are the different benefits that might be possible, and how do we balance prioritizing those, and a need for input from community residents, growers in designing what future landscapes that are a bit more water resilient might look like. I think there might be a role of the DRIP in a way that I'd love to discuss with you all to help provide support to build that regional capacity up, working together with state agencies as well as partnering organizations to help ensure that regions have the capacity they need to start making those types of decisions, and supporting voluntary conversions of farmland where necessary to alternative uses that could provide value. I think I might pause there and see if there are questions and discussion.
Yeah, this is a real critically important topic because I think what's going to happen during drought, what is otherwise going to happen just through natural course of implementation of SGMA is just going to exacerbate because you're going to have surface water availability is going to decline, and that's just going to increase sort of the transition away from agriculture in the valley in particular. Two things. One is the MLRP is limited. There's $200 million in Prop 4, which is good, but it's not going to be sufficient for what the demand is. And the Land Flex program is done. That's over. It was put in place for the drought. We do have the Governor's Office of Business and Development that does have Jobs First program, and the San Joaquin Valley CAP group got a grant, and they put together a program for a 4-county area. I don't think Laura was here and a bit on that. A real comprehensive plan for the 4-county area, talking about ecosystem and jobs and water supplies. And so there is some good work there, but I agree sort of this local regional planning thing for communities to decide their trajectory for the future is really, really important because this is starting to happen now. We're starting to hear about the banks calling in foreclosures on farms right now ahead of where the regulatory programs are starting to implement reductions. And so the banks, because of where commodity prices are and trade, as well as water availability, it's all starting to happen now. So we better start getting on it. So I agree, this is a very important topic.
Do you want to talk about the lead option and get some input on that?
Sure, let's pull it up, and I'll just note that this is very draft at this point, and again, really welcome input and discussion about this, particularly given how many different areas, programs, agencies this issue touches, and that they're, you know, together we might have a better vision on the complete set of efforts already underway, and then how we might be able to leverage those and bring those together to best support regions. So.
And I'm wondering if you want to just share some of the conversations and presentation that we heard at the work group, if that is at all can inform kind of how you ended up with this recommendation idea.
Sure. So, and I'll in particular speak about, we held a work group meeting a couple of weeks ago, and in that with the land use working group, and invited one of the project managers leading a couple of the multi-benefit land repurposing program block grants. So the way that program is structured, it's a Department of Conservation program. They've awarded 8 block grants, approximately $10 million each, to different regions in the state that know they are facing significant land use transitions. And I'll just note that it was an incredibly oversubscribed program. There are about 21 different basins that applied for funding, knowing that they're going to have big shifts underway, wanting support, and only 8 of those 21 regions were successful. So we had a guest speaker join us who works in the Cahuilla and Merced subbasins that have been awarded multi-benefit land repurposing program, or MLRP grants. And they're about 2 years into that program now. The grant supports regions in education, engagement, planning processes, project implementation, and monitoring. So very comprehensive, kind of start to finish. But it's very complex. It's very encouraging of teams and partnerships and coming up with decisions about how to best repurpose farmland and how to prioritize different benefits. And so the Cahuilla group is about 2 years into their grant, and the Merced group is maybe a year and a half. And in that time, they've begun to develop processes for how they make decisions. They've been doing things like assembling stakeholder advisory committees, working with consulting firms that are helping evaluate potential land use alternatives, partnering with universities, partnering with local community-based organizations to work on the engagement and outreach components, and developing scoring criteria for how they want to evaluate different projects that are looking to be implemented in the area. And so we got to hear from that project lead about what it has looked like to be building up what I'm calling the regional capacity to make decisions around what kind of projects they want to move forward, and developing those comprehensive plans about how they want to strategically repurpose land so that they're meeting the needs of all folks that are living in that area, both the growers, community residents, and also considering the environmental benefits that could be generated and risks that you might want to avoid. And so that program, I think, is, as Paul mentioned, it's not going to be able to address the full scale of land use transitions that are happening by any means, but it is an interesting model of how, with some investment in regions and developing planning teams to do really thoughtful considerations of how to move projects forward, that you might be able to, over time, work towards a landscape that's going to be more drought resilient and adapted to sustainable groundwater use. The grant periods are limited too. It's about 3 or 4 years, depending on the grant team. And we also know that these shifts are not happening in that kind of time scale. So it's really about laying the groundwork for decadal scale transitions that are underway. And so one of the reasons I wanted to bring in someone that was implementing the MLRP program was to provide a little bit more detail on what maybe could be emulated in other regions, you know, maybe absent the degree of support that was provided by the Department of Conservation program. But are there pieces of that that could be replicated, and is there a way that members of DRIP, partners, might be able to be supportive of those regions and help share those lessons learned from regions that are beginning to do the really hard work of coming up with kind of planning teams, local governance structures, project prioritization processes to really meet this moment in a way that is thoughtful, considerate, inclusive of the different interests, and ultimately, hopefully, going to make for a more resilient agricultural landscape. So with all that, this recommendation or the idea here is related to how can the state be providing technical and potentially funding support to help develop that kind of regional capacity to plan for and implement inclusive and thoughtful farmland transitions. It outlines some of those regional capacities I described a moment ago. And yeah, just noting that, agricultural land use transitions, it touches on water, of course, but there's also co-benefits or considerations to keep in mind, such as air quality. The job and economic landscape in agricultural communities is incredibly important and deserving of thoughtful discussion and recommendations. And I know there are other agencies that maybe aren't present in this group that might be able to help be supportive. Paul mentioned the Jobs First initiative, for example. And there's also, of course, considerations for biodiversity and rural community health and well-being. Yeah, so I think with that, I'll see if folks have thoughts, reactions, ideas of how the most meaningful way for this group to be supporting this issue potentially.
So this is an example of an idea that we had an opportunity to hear from subject matter experts and think through with that, and I think where the work group was kind of leaning towards is developing this potentially into a recommendation is where we're at. So yeah, we'll hear from Jason, and if others have any comments, I see Sierra, you have your tent up. And then just to let you know, this afternoon, because we're kind of moving fast through all of this, we are restructuring our breakout to allow us more time to really dig into some of these. So if we don't get to all the comments and questions right now, we have kind of a catch-all time to continue and engage on it to meet our objective two for the meeting today. So go ahead, Jason.
Thanks. First, Anna, I want to thank you for your very thoughtful comments about obviously the conditions in the ag industry right now too, and it is a big deal with a lot of farm bankruptcies that are taking place across the state, particularly in the South Valley. An idea related to this, or could potentially be part of our recommendations, is the use of the multi-benefit land repurposing grant, treating it as a matching grant that could be used with water districts and irrigation districts to purchase farmland, bring it out of production, but use for groundwater recharge programs. Which would also help with the air quality impact as well. I think there seems to be a disconnect with water districts and irrigation districts that utilizing this grant for recharge projects still gives them the benefit of the recharged water. I know we've discussed that a lot too, but it's interesting how in our discussions, yes, that water can be counted towards the recharge project that a water district's doing, but then I'll talk to a couple different water lawyers and water districts like, no, that doesn't work for this grant. And so there's something missing there where if there was more awareness to, and that's part of this recommendation, more awareness for water districts to know that you can apply for this grant, use it to purchase farmland in basins that are critically overdrafted, use it for recharge basins, and you get to count that water credit. I think that we might be able to get more districts throughout the state on board with something like that, and then make that money that's going towards that project go further too. So.
Thanks, Jason. Go ahead, Sierra.
Thank you. I see a lot of overlap between what we're talking about here and some of the issues that we talked about this morning, particularly the recommendations or whatever we're going to end up making around the idea of the cutting the green tape and the streamlined permitting around good restoration projects. It seems like we should try through, in that effort, we're talking about how do we make it easier to do restoration. And in this, we're like, we need to plan essentially for restoration. And I think there might be a good opportunity to try to seek alignment on those two recommendations and what we're making sure that what we're doing in that other work group is going to be really supportive of making this effort as successful as possible in any way that we have the ability to recommend.
Great comment. Anybody else? All right, so we're going to pause on this idea. We're going to move to the next one just to make sure we get through all the ideas for today. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Sierra. Thanks, Anna, for the presentation and for explaining the idea. Go ahead. You're going to stay there.
We're gonna, Lawrence and I are gonna work together on this, and since we're sitting here, we'll take turns. So I'm gonna speak a little bit to the problem. You can read the problem statement, but I'm gonna remind everyone what we talked about at the last meeting that we had with the whole group, which was really this disconnect that many entities are feeling between the push for housing, which is very critical. No one's saying that that's not, but the push for housing in certain areas and the long-term planning that it takes for water to be developed for new projects. So an example of how we're seeing this where I'm from, that I'm just going to throw out because that's my source of reference, we have we got a really large RHNA allocation, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment allocation for Santa Cruz County, larger than we were anticipating, certainly. And what's happening is we have our groundwater sustainability plans. They've been adopted, they've been accepted, they have their projects, and they are all developed based on anticipated growth at the time we were writing the plans, which was, a few years ago now. And we have water agencies that form our GSAs, and they're being told now out of the blue. One person found out just a couple days ago that there are 2 large developments going in that will increase the total water demand for that district by upwards of 10%, which was not anticipated in our GSP and now threatens some of our sustainability progress. There are no projects planned yet to provide that kind of water because it takes 10 to 15 years to develop water projects in an area like where we are. It's time consuming, it's expensive, it involves a lot of partners. And they're being told they need to provide a will serve within a matter of weeks for this. And that's the disconnect here that we're trying to highlight, is the need to ensure that there is water supply available where new housing is going in, and that can take time, and that there are many players involved, including the water agencies, including the groundwater sustainability agencies, as well as the land use planning authorities, which are often cities and counties and may not actually be working that closely at hand. So that was what we talked about at the last meeting, and then we subsequently had a couple of calls, and we had one where Lawrence was helpfully gave a presentation on the role, on how the allocations are determined for the RHNA numbers and what is taken into account. And one of the takeaways from that call was that there probably is a need to include more planning early on for water. It isn't one of the high priority things that is definitely considered every time. And the people who know that information, the groundwater sustainability agencies, the water supply agencies, are often not at the table at all. And they might not be at the table at the state level. They might not even be at the table when it's allocated more locally. Sorry, there's a loud noise. So it's a very loud noise. At the level of, I'm forgetting the term for it. Ours is AMBAG. Bay Area is ABAG. MPO. The MPO. Yes. They might not even be including the water agency. So it really is not unusual for the first time a water agency to find out about this is when they are asked for a will serve letter. And so given the concerns that we raised over the past couple of years about housing, we were looking more at domestic wells at the time, but housing being put in places where there wasn't going to be a sustainable water supply. This is asking questions about what can we do to make sure that we're reconciling the planning efforts, the GSPs, the urban water management plans, and the housing allocations to ensure that we are not putting affordable housing into a place where the water will then become unaffordable for those developments. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lawrence to correct anything I said wrong and then suggest the direction we're looking at.
No correction here. Certainly not an expert on RHNA allocations. But so we put together this proposal. It did not make it to the slides. Apologies, but this is the seed of an idea and some follow-up questions. Would love to hear feedback from you all on. So the idea is to conduct a study of current and projected water capacity throughout the state, comparing those findings to increased water demand from RENA allocations. This report could also include recommendations on how to increase water capacity locally, for example, through water recycling projects without damaging ecosystems. So really setting the stage for a more thoughtful allocation of housing growth to meet the state's policy objectives in concert with the water planning we all know needs to happen. I think the question really is for us, just general feedback, but also, does this exist currently? Are there elements that exist that we could draw on? In addition to just, would this be a helpful idea to move this conversation forward?
Go ahead, Jason.
I'm sure there's a really quick answer to this, but I'm just not familiar in this realm. Why does the district have to give a will serve letter? Is there a reason they can just deny that? Or is there I'm sure there's some law here that I don't know about, but why is that?
So this is something I'm not an expert on, and maybe Katie can speak to a little bit better, but a lot of these special districts were basically, sorry to put you on the spot like that, they were basically created with the sole purpose of providing water for the community. And so as the community grows, they're expected to continue to provide water for the community. And typically they do, and they have over time. It's just that the growth is now outpacing their ability to develop and find new water sources. All the low-hanging fruit we can assume in California has basically been taken. So now you're looking at projects to create new water out of, recycled water. Desalination is not a quick process by any means. So, but saying no, from my understanding, which is limited, is not really, if not at all an option, it's not encouraged or. Would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I can't speak to that specific example because I do know there are places that have building moratoria if they don't have enough, water supply. But in general, the way, the RENA allocations trickle down and that informs the water demand projections that inform the urban water management plans and things. I think you point out the GSPs exist, the urban water management plans exist. And so, but is there a way for those water planners to be included in the land planning discussions? Because as Sierra point out, groundwater and surface water are pretty much all claimed. And so if we're needing to develop more water supplies to support, future demands, it's going to be the expensive water. And then there's not a lot of funding, available to support that's going to fall on the backs of ratepayers. And so get to the point of we need to support housing and housing prices, but we also want to keep water affordable. And so I think even just as something as simple as including the GSPs in those allocations discussions would be really helpful.
Thanks. So we have Andrew, Tim, then Paul, and Suzanne.
I was going to say two things. One is we see sort of I don't know if it's the opposite side of that problem, but a different aspect of that problem, which is developers coming in and putting in a separate water system next to an existing one where, consolidation or connection would have been a better idea and would have been a lot more sustainable. And then a lot of times what we see is that the way the water system's put in, 20 years down the line, it's starting to fail already because there wasn't an incentive for a developer to actually put in a robust system, right? And so that's the other side of it of, we'd like, from our perspective, we'd like to have fewer and larger water systems from a sustainability and reliability perspective. And so I think part of that is getting back to this whole thing of just understanding that, where are the good places to put housing, where it is sustainable from water and from other perspectives, so that we're really, we're being a lot more thoughtful about these are the better places for housing. And we know some of that, but we don't know all of that. And that's, and again, that's more than just water, but water's, is pretty critical. You don't want to put in a housing development and then in 30 years run out of water. And that has happened, right? And that's really bad. And the other thing, I just wanted to tie this back also to the discussion we had with Dr. Dobbin on the LAFCO and sort of the role of LAFCO in that, because, some of these things about annexation or not annexation or connecting a new development to an existing system comes down to decisions that LAFCO may be making. And so just wanted to circle back to that idea.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tim.
I just wanted to add one maybe additional perspective about, I think water districts, when they get a will serve letter, don't feel like they have many options other than to say, yes, we'll do it. A lot of times they're not really at the table in the decisions about housing development and so forth, or not in a way that they feel strong enough to say no. I think they probably feel like they don't want to encounter a lawsuit, and so the easier path is to issue the will serve letter. I don't know, that's just my perspective, but I think there's some truth to that.
Go ahead.
I'll be kind of a contrarian on this one a little bit, because I'll kind of challenge whether this is really a problem statement or not. And I think it gets back to, one, the law does require that when general plan or zoning updates made, they are supposed to take into account what's in the groundwater sustainability plan. That's in the law. Yeah. And it's something that has not been really followed through Office of Planning, Governor's Office of Planning and Development didn't follow through on that. And I think that's the next item coming up. That really needs to be done. They need to be at the table. These need to be coordinated. I think one of the things too is when development come up, I've seen this when I was with the county, developers come in, come in with a development plan. Maybe it's tied to the zoning ordinance and the general plan, or they come in with a variance. Oftentimes, and the counties will promote that and go, okay, I will do a variance, and the will serve letter comes in at the end because they have to go along with it, and it goes, and then the agency has to accommodate that in the GSP, right? That's kind of the norm. Now, the state's coming in giving targets, and I think that's kind of the twist. Instead of the developer coming in, telling the county, here's what we're going to develop, and the county goes, great. Now the state's doing it, that's the rub. But it's the same thing. You're dealing with development that's a disconnect with water supply needs that needs to be reconciled. The same thing's going on, and again, housing and water supplies are largely in most basins inconsequential compared to ag water demands. And not to pick on ag, but proportionally it's different. So when ag goes in and ag permits are issued, there isn't really an evaluation of what that water demand is going to be in those areas. And we've seen the same thing with GSAs having to deal with large swaths of new ground going in with new demands going in that's adjusting their plans. That's going on. So the thing is that any of these efforts with new housing developments to meet these demands, it's no different that any of the plans that we've approved are not going to look the same in 2040 or 2042 because they're going to need to take into account new demands from housing or ag or climate change or other circumstances that are going to occur. The water supply reliability for State Water Project is going to decrease because of climate change and subsidence. All of this is going to need to be taken into account. So they're all going to change. So that's why we've been saying, you need to put in some safety factors, additional projects. And so I like the idea about thinking ahead about additional buffers and protections for, additional projects to give yourself a buffer. So anywho, that was sort of my last 2 cents.
I don't really think that was contrarian. I think that is, I think that's exactly right. And that the system has never been perfect. It's sort of worked. I think the large amount coming in right now that has been often doesn't have to undergo CEQA or any of the typical analysis because of the push for certain types of housing development has added to this challenge. And I don't think that there isn't a solution. I think the issue right now is this time lag, and really if there is an evaluation needed, large-scale projects might be needed on more of a regional basis. But again, you need to have the water people at the table in the early part of the planning, not at the very end.
And if I can just add, the housing element is written entirely by HCD, and so they have carved out that and have purview over that. And that is at a different cycle than general planning, which is 20 to 30 years. Housing elements need to be updated every 8 years. And so we are starting to get in a loop here where water use is getting, increased water demand by housing development is getting out of the loop with the long-range planning cycle. So there is a challenge there that I think this is hoping to address in some way to embed water considerations in the development of the RENA allocations.
Go ahead, Suzanne, and then Katie.
Comments. And I do think that LAVCO often is in that position of having to go along with the program, having to basically pass and approve a lot of these projects just because of local pressures. The other issue I have as a domestic well owner that I brought up in the committee is that when the water service master plans are submitted to LAVCO, and you have large ag-res communities that are on groundwater, the consideration, that should be a separate consideration. I mean, I don't see anything in here. There's the concern that you're building new homes that will be at risk for water shortages. But I don't see anything in the idea that the existing homes on domestic wells will be at more risk than the new homes, because they'll be on a municipal supply where some of us aren't planned to be connected into a municipal structure. So I do think that, I think there needs to be some more attention paid to existing homes that are on groundwater wells.
Thanks. Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And even if it's the same system too, like the existing users, having to pay for new users to come on. But I just wanted to touch on the time scale difference too, and like in the state's push for housing, CEQA exemptions and like streamlining permitting for new housing, but meanwhile water projects take a really long time, and especially if we're looking at like reuse or desal, those are the more complicated projects, right, that are harder to get permitted and have all the outreach around it and that sort of thing. So I do think there's a disconnect in the time scale too, just needing to plan ahead for these big sorts of water supply projects.
All right, so oh yes, sorry. Carolina, go ahead. It's because the thing is, yeah.
Hi, Carolina Hernandez. I don't have an answer. It's unfortunate. But I do just want to also lean into what Tim said in terms of as a water agency feeling a tremendous amount of pressure to issue a will serve. And it can become very politically challenging, I'll tell you, because, ultimately the thought process, whether it's for housing or if it's commercial and industrial, is that for the benefit of community, right? And that, we need jobs or we need housing. And so there is a tremendous amount of pressure then put on the local water agency, and sometimes it's not, the local water agency isn't also the local political body in the sense that like they're in an incorporated city perhaps, and that city doesn't oversee the water agency. So there is, even beyond like even local planning, there's not always a way for the local water agency to find out until way too far down the road. And there is a significant planning that has to happen. The other thing is the development, and then that also leads to, if we want to do things quickly, then there, depending if we're in an adjudicated basin or a basin that's not adjudicated, or, whether their source is surface or groundwater or both, that planning for additional water is is in a different cycle, as we've all already heard and discussed, and they're not in any way in alignment with, general planning and all those kinds of things. And then even if that general planning happens, again, a lot of times water agencies are in multiple jurisdictions. So while you may coordinate with the county, maybe you're not coordinating with the other 62 cities that you happen to be a part of. It becomes a very challenging thing, in fairness for the municipalities too. It's not one-sided. So again, I'm just bringing up problems, not solutions, but just trying to articulate so that we can kind of better understand how we can find the link to be able to communicate things earlier. And then also to say that there also then oftentimes becomes a burden on the larger developer. So what happens is that you're for a large home development or you're an industry, frankly, the local water purveyor doesn't have the monies to put forth for infrastructure and cannot legally, because it only is there for their existing customers. So this is where LAFCO comes into account, where our next topic about infrastructure comes into account, along with land use planning, because it ends up being a financial burden somewhere. And in our case, I have to enter into agreement with those developers, and that is a significant amount of money, which then becomes an issue because they're building the system, and that could be prohibitive to the industry coming to that local area, or the housing getting done. So anyway, just some more things for consideration about how that cross-referencing. I don't know what that way to get everybody on the same page faster is, but I do think it's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think we heard a lot of reasons to support the problem statements and ways to kind of further develop the problem statement. I think you're already working on some suggestions for a recommendation. So this is an example of an idea that the work group is going to come back with some proposed template of a recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, and I might ask those people who spoke up might be able to help contribute some of that content, because, we're doing the best that we can, but this is
Yeah.
a bigger topic than any individual person here, so.
And as we're tracking all the comments and summarizing it, that will be shared back with the group, so there's an opportunity to build on the discussion today. All right, well, thank you both for sharing about that, and we're going to move to the next idea, which is a complement idea. I'll let Julie talk about that. Or you don't need it?
Okay, great. Thank you for that discussion. So for this one, and to be clear with the group, we had, after the May meeting, we had 2 work group meetings on this focus area. The first one was about this idea, and then we had a person speak from HCD about RENA and LAFCO, and then got into more of the details around that idea. And then this idea came up in May, talking about the breakout group was interested in talking about the interaction of plans and documenting that, how they interact, how they should interact, or could, and then recommendations around that. So that was an important study to do. And so what we realized was that, and I'll just note that they also talked about the importance of having a water element in general plans. And so on both of these fronts, we're like, well, there's actually work going on in this space. So that's great that the group seemed really enthusiastic about these ideas. And so we could, because they're still really difficult topics. So for one, we have, so this set up nicely for this alternative pathway that wasn't a recommendation, but instead it was some complementary activity that we could have TRIP give feedback to, either as a whole or the people that are interested in it, and then come back and inform the bigger group about it. And so for one, then we had Lawrence come speak about the general plan guidance update that is just launched. And perfect fit that they are doing an optional water element guidance this time. And so that creates this opportunity for augmenting it. And we'd already started having discussions about how DWR wanted to help like a lot on that effort. And so there's that. Then also in discussions with LCI, and within DWR, we've been talking about the need to do more of an assessment of how the plans interact with one another, the UWMPs, the Ag Water Management Plans, the GSPs, and also with general plans. And so the general plan guidance update is a great opportunity, because everybody's going to have fresh set of guidance to do. We're thinking of a complementary resource document or something, kind of guidance that looks more deeply at those plan interactions than what you could probably include in a general plan guidance, because it will go more deeply into the details. And so that's the idea that we put forth into the work group meeting, and people generally said, yeah, that sounds great. We can have a spin-off work group or something. So we don't have it all structured up, but that's the basic update for this one. This here is from Lawrence, the LCI planning guidelines workflow, but we will tease that out so that we can show where water and this group or parts of this group can insert feedback or give input so that it can augment this process to get water more into land use planning. So I think that's a great opportunity, and our next steps will be coming soon, still working with Lawrence out a lot of the details on what this process will look like, but we expect to convene a subgroup to support this effort, so more coming soon, but that's just to explain what's coming on. Go ahead. Yeah. Anybody have any questions? No? Okay. Great. Sure. Does anybody? Thanks, Lawrence.
I'll just say thank you, and this is a project that's just kicking off, and I think a lot of people are very excited about, and this group has a lot of valuable input to direct local jurisdictions on what an optional water element could look like, and what dimensions need to be considered, and how they can be considered, take into account so many of the issues we've been talking about. So a lot more to come on this, but it really feels like, yeah, very complimentary and not a huge lift for you all.
Yeah, well, going to Arit's point, who would like to be, I mean, if you have an inkling that you want to be part of it, but I think we'll probably announce the process to everybody, but just to get a sense, because, okay, we have some light hands. Okay, great. Thank you.
And maybe I'll just add really quickly, this is an open process, so if there's anyone in your communities or your networks that would like to be involved in providing input on the overall planning guidelines update, that includes not only the general plan guidelines, but the specific plan guidelines and the tribal consultation guidelines, all of which haven't been updated for some time. So this is a very large open process that's just started, and if you visit planningupdate.lci.ca.gov, there's more information and a sign-up form. So I really would appreciate you sharing this with your networks and communities, because it's important to have as many voices represented as possible.
Thanks, Lawrence.
All right, so I just remember before we go, yeah, public comments right before. Is there anybody online who has any comments? No. All right. Okay. Well, with that, then we'll move to our next focus.
Okay, well, if everybody could give me a little latitude, since I have a little bit of time from the last presentation, can I just ask everybody to stand? Because you may be like me. I got a lot of blood in my gut from lunch, and I just want to kind of get it flowing a little bit. I know we're going to have a break in about an hour, but just to kind of loosen up. And the reason why I'm asking to kind of get that blood flowing here is because these ideas are even more conceptual than the ones that you've already heard. So I really need some input from you folks, really some critical thinking about this. So I appreciate that. Okay, so Our water group lead is Emily Rooney. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to meet for this meeting. But I just want to summarize the activities we had at our last meeting in June. We had the privilege of Andrew Altivo present regarding the Water Board Safer Program and the needs assessment. We learned about 3,000 community systems with many serving fewer than 500 connections in the state, of which these small water systems account for 90% of the drinking water violations. So a lot of lifting that the Safer Program is doing. We also heard from Zoe Canavas, regarding the department's water supply vulnerability tool. The tool assessed the vulnerability of water supply shortages for rural communities, including small water suppliers, non-transient systems serving schools, small water systems, and domestic wells. So a lot of that information was people were in the work group were really interested because want to know what the information, what data is out there, or whether there are data gaps. So we got a lot of information from those two presentations, and we kind of heard about a lot of the needs assessment from the SAFE program of what types of infrastructure that is needed on that more local level. So thank you for those presentations. So now I'll go into the first idea here. So we heard a lot about the lack of regional coordination today. But as you heard earlier, regional and local coordination may be sources of where we can find answers and solutions to address these smaller individual solutions or challenges and take advantage of larger scale solutions. So this idea is to have a regional forum that could provide sources of knowledge, such as technical, regulatory, coordination, etc., and experience, such as project concepts, planning, permitting, and construction, to share and provide examples of applicable projects. So one example was the One Water LA 2040 plan. I believe that's correct, Carolina, right? It's a comprehensive strategy for managing water in a more integrated, collaborative, and sustainable way through new project, program, and policy opportunities. So it's one forum where there's a larger group meeting to assess local needs, and maybe there's a more regional approach to solving those. So the engagement opportunities, looking for similar efforts to help inform how we can develop a recommendation fashioned by those examples. We would like to continue to be informed on many more ways that regional and local coordination efforts could help bridge information and data gaps, such as what Dr. Dobbin presented, leveraging local planning as tools to advance consolidations. So following the same format as the other ideas, we had a few pathways that we thought of. The first one is to inform, to help continue and explore coordination efforts and potential remaining data gaps for more regional and local water infrastructure needs. Also learn about implementation of the SAFER program's funding expenditure plan to help fund the types of infrastructure projects to address failing systems. So those could be future topics for work group meetings. But there's also a possibility that maybe we could start leaning into a recommendation, potentially develop a recommendation for more regional and local coordination by developing forums and guidelines for those forums, identifying funding needs to support those forums, tap into existing efforts as examples, and really to seek alignment and common understanding. There's a lot of information that needs to be commonly understood, and as well as roles. And I'll stop there. I know Carolina offered to be a chair for that idea for now. So I don't know if Carolina, you had anything else to add.
All right, tell me which idea we're talking about.
Idea number one.
Idea number one, okay.
Yes. Enhance support and collaboration for vulnerable and small water systems
Yes.
infrastructure needs.
Okay, so I think the first thing, just to kind of reiterate, and I was reviewing our meeting notes from our task force meeting that we went through that you were just talking about, Anthony, to refresh my memory on kind of what we came up with. First of all, thank you for the presentations that were given there, Zoe being one of them. That I think it was really helpful to get everybody on the same page about what kind of data is already out there. But then what we were finding was that there is somewhat of a disconnect between how, and we've talked about this already, how we can support small water systems, and Tim, please feel free to chime in from a small water system perspective. You know, how water purveyors, local government, et cetera, can support small water systems. And there's already existing regulation, as we know from CFIT, that's really has some regulatory requirement associated with, you know, what needs to happen with some of those small water agencies, and they run the gamut. So for example, just to kind of remind all of us, we have some that really want to stay hyper-local, very small, self-run type agencies, some that may be interested in some kind, that want to do that but want a little bit of support because of additional regulation that might be upon them, or just assurance that they're meeting all the appropriate standards. And then third, those that are just said, you know, now is the time for us to consolidate. And so one of the things that we were finding is that there's this whole kind of support structure that's necessary at those three stages. And again, speaking like my colleague before, just only from my neck of the woods, I can only speak to my neck of the woods. We started on a parallel path of looking at this regionally through the LA County boundary, but not LA County jurisdiction. And what I mean by that is we developed, it's called the LA County Water Plan, but it is really meant as a jurisdictional term, not as being the ownership being the county, where we have partnership with other large agencies, whether that be MET or the LA County Sanitation Districts, that are involved in other aspects of water. And really trying to look at this from whether you come in here as a stormwater agency, or whether you're a water purveyor, whether you're a wholesale water agency, whether you're in the wastewater industry, understanding the nexus regionally between all of those agencies, especially in as a highly urbanized area like LA County, that also has very small water systems in portions of it. We need to have a broad understanding of how all of those can work together. Anthony referenced a plan that was developed on behalf of the City of LA sanitation districts about how they were going to progress LADWP, and how they were going to progress in finding source water. We've talked about that already, and just talking about housing and greater development. Like, you know, you have more need, it doesn't mean that the water pops up from somewhere. If anything, we're trying to reduce our individual water usage, right? And have been doing so significantly in Southern California over the last decades. But there's still populace, right? There's still industry, there's still need. So how do you offset that? And the only answers out there are that you have to work as a collective in all things water, whether that's recycle, whether it's storm, whether it's potable, on all of those things. So going back to what this means, we still don't want anybody to get lost in the shuffle. And so when we started developing this regional plan, one of the things that came to light was that there was, and it sounds silly, but we were able to come to agreement on what the problems were, which is a big deal, just to start with, all of those water agencies. But then you have to start with, okay, what are some of the biggest ones? And one of the issues that popped up was, how do you support small water systems? And which is kind of, you know, non-intuitive, I would think, for people thinking about what LA County's plan might be. But that's in fact it, that one of the major issues, aside from resiliency, aside from the other major issues we had, is how do you support small water systems? And then there was nobody to really take up that charge, right? where do you put that? Like, whose interest is that? It's not going to be your wholesaler. It's not going to be your wastewater agency. It's not going to be your stormwater agency. So where did that fall? And it tended to fall on local government. And in this case, LA County to start, LA County and Public Works specifically, to start looking at, well, what is that? Let's define that. What does that even mean? And in those initial discussions, what we're finding, now to finally get to the point, is that what they're asking for is these different levels of support. And we're finding that we've already talked about some of the barriers to consolidation just due to funding and where that falls. But even those that don't want to consolidate, what is their need? What can we do as a community, whether it's a state or local level, to make sure that they're successful in continuing to have safe, clean, reliable water, right? And one of the things they're asking for is support just in being able to report in some cases, to understand what reporting needs to be done, and then the tools to be able to implement that. And Tim, I think you'd probably be better at saying very specifically what more they're asking for. I'll leave it there.
Well, I would echo some of what Carolina said, that it runs the gamut. That we have, and we've done a lot of, we've surveyed, we make the effort, sometimes calling 10 times before you get through to a small system manager, but that's what it takes. And what we find is that a lot of times some of the studies, some of the research, even Dr. Dobbin, I'm going to start calling myself Dr. Worley since I was a doctor before she was out of high school probably, but a lot of times the small systems are not actually talked to or listened to, and they're hard to reach in many cases, but to the credit of LA County Public Works, they are doing listening sessions to really hear what the small systems have to say, what their challenges are, what their goals are and their desires are, and it does run the gamut. I mean, we have some systems where an 80-year-old person that's still in charge of running the, managing the system would like to just give it up. I mean, we almost seriously have talked about the idea of a safe surrender law where they can just walk away like, I mean, it's to that extreme in some cases where they just can't do it anymore, but they can't navigate the obstacles to consolidation or, some alternative. And then there are others that feel like either the physical barriers, geographical barriers, or the sense that they're still capable and should not be a priority for consolidation, and yet they feel like that there's a target on their back. So there is this range of considerations, and one of the things we feel at Cal Mutuals is that there should be a more aggressive approach, not to just consolidate whoever, I mean, certainly those that are not meeting standards should be on the priority list, but beyond that, really, we should be prioritizing those that want to, that are motivated to consolidate and sometimes can't get a response, or they can't get past square one. So I think that what LA County is doing is kind of following in the footsteps of Coachella Valley Water District, Mojave Water Agency. There are examples out there where a regional agency has made the effort to really talk and listen to what the systems need and what they want, and that's the start of finding solutions. So I'll get off my soapbox.
I appreciate it, Tim. I was going to reach out to Andrew because I think secretly, I think one of the outcomes from holding these forums is an opportunity to really engage with the SAFER program to see how those local communities can really kind of pull those resources from SAFER. So I don't know, Andrew, you want to speak a little bit of how SAFER uses or has used regional coordination?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we've kind of tried various things, and I will say, getting to what, Tim, what you just mentioned, the places where it's been most successful is where there's local leadership, right? And because it's hard, we can't develop that, right? The Coachella Valley Water District or Placer County was another one, that really they make that their mission, right? And they figure out how to do that, and then they're expert in working with us to get things funded, and that goes a lot smoother. I think our overall goal for the Division of Drinking Water is to have fewer water systems. I mean, I mentioned this but we have 7,300 water systems, over 3,000 of which are community water systems. And you can compare that with other utilities, it's literally orders of magnitude more. And it just doesn't work anymore. Like, it worked sort of 50 years ago, and it doesn't anymore. And so, yeah, the places where we've seen the most success is where there is local leadership, either of a water agency, a water district, or a county. But we've tried various things on our own. Like, we've had about 3-4 years ago, we had a bunch of regional convenings where we just brought water systems together. And we did that throughout the state. And, they were sort of reasonably successful, at least, like, people showed up and were talking to each other. But not too many of those resulted in sort of, continued efforts, right? Because there wasn't, like, the entity who was going to just take that on. And so I think that's the thing we need to figure out, because for SAFER, we are focused on failing and at-risk systems, right? That's our mandate, and that's what we have the funding to do, and not nearly enough funding even for that. But, certainly as a division and as a state board, we're very interested in figuring out how we can have better regional efforts that result in, as I said before, fewer and larger water systems that are more sustainable. And that, also, I mean, the other thing that gets to is not only the sustainability of the water quality, but also things like water rates. I mean, it's hard to continue to have low water rates in a small water system. It's just almost impossible. And so, there's that aspect of it too. And the other piece I should mention is, it's not just about the physical consolidation, because there are many places, like even in LA County, there are many places where that can't happen. There are places where it can, but there are a lot of places where it can't. And to also think about managerially consolidating and things like that, where you're having economies of scale that you can bring to bear, even just through management of water systems. So, yeah. Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Suzanne, did you have a comment?
I feel really left out of this whole conversation, because I guess in this idea, it seems as though 3 million domestic well owners that aren't scheduled for infrastructure. I mean, I'm in a district that has no plans in the municipal services review that I'm looking at for any infrastructure. We're just sitting out there, and our parcels are becoming more densely developed with multifamily housing on a well. And I think then we're missing a step here where maybe all of us in our little communities on single wells have to consolidate and become a small water district. I mean, is that a step that we're going to not talking about that is going to have to be a solution for those of us that are not destined for infrastructure anytime soon? As development continues to occur, we're the unspoken, I guess we're the vulnerable ones in this sentence. Is that, do I get it right? We are the vulnerable that you can't reach out to, that there's no connection to. So we need an interim step in the meantime as we develop all the housing we need without the infrastructure we need that we don't or won't have anytime soon. Is that too hard a question?
Well, I mean, it is a hard question. Yeah, there's no doubt about that, and there's certainly no
No, I
easy
understand.
answer. But I think the idea of forming small water systems from domestic well communities is a little bit of a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
right? And because then you have a small water system, and you run into small water system problems as well. I think one of the things there is we need to start to be more creative about what that can look like. Like for example, if you have a well already and your main concern is about your potable water that you can drink, right? That means you would create a system that's different than if you're trying to get fire flow for everybody, right? And fire hydrants and things like that. And so the way you would create the system may be quite a bit, you put in much smaller mains, or you have dual plumbing, or things of that nature, which none of it's easy.
But that is the whole issue. That is, we have no hydrants in my
Yeah.
neighborhood. We have, there is no water. I am in a landowner district. There is no plan to hook us up to infrastructure. And so, and yet development is continuing to occur and to densify in old neighborhoods with existing single-family homes. So, we're the vulnerable part of this. So what's the next step for us? You're concerned about consolidating small water districts, but maybe we need to start talking about consolidating domestic well communities somehow. Maybe that needs to be some kind of a discussion.
Yeah, and it is part of what we're discussing.
Right.
It's just a matter of, how feasible that is depending on the community, right? That's kind of what it comes down to, and what it'll cost.
Right.
And so we certainly are and will continue to have, and that's part of what's in our fund expenditure plan that was mentioned earlier on, like how we intend to start, to approach that. But it's going to be, just to be frank, it's going to be slow, and it's going to be really, really hard.
Yeah, it is. It's very difficult. But it is the question when we talked about the previous, we're concerned about new development, putting all of new development in that's at risk for water shortages without even considering the old development existing that's there that are on wells. So it is, but it's still something that we have to think about, talk about. Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne. Lawrence, did you have your attempt up? Okay. Oh, Sierra.
Yeah, I just want to support this idea. We've been in Santa Cruz County doing a lot of work with our water systems. We've surveyed, we have over 100 just in our tiny little county. And we've been surveying all of them. I've had some talks offline with Tim and some of his colleagues. There's a huge need for support for these systems. As Andrew said, the cost of providing water systems, even if they're as few as 15 connections, basically have to meet the same standards as the largest water systems in the state. And that can be extraordinarily costly per person when you look at the economies of scale. The state smalls are a little bit different. But we've had a lot of questions and a lot of people asking us for guidance, a lot of our water systems asking for legal support, asking for templates on how to create agreements, water sharing agreements maybe, because consolidation is a great idea, but as we've heard many, many times, it is just so incredibly costly, and there are some other ways to maybe get 70% of the way there without having to pay nearly as much in terms of cost. So I really support what you guys are doing. If there's any of the work that we've been doing locally in Santa Cruz that I can share that could help with this, or some of the results of the surveys from what we're hearing from our water systems, I'm definitely happy to pass that along.
We might take you up on that offer for the next work group meeting. I think Katie, Jason, and then Tim. Is that the order?
a question and then I can comment, but the question, so just thinking back to Dr. Dobbin's presentation, and maybe I missed this, but I mean, was that a report that had those recommendations? And if so, like, what's being done to implement those, or is that kind of where we're at now? I'm just wondering, like, is that an existing effort underway that we can kind of piggyback on?
I think it was kind of both. I mean, it was that was the report on LAFCO specifically.
Yeah.
The concept was during our discussions and what we can do more in an original response for these smaller systems to kind of take advantage of economic scale as well as more regional coordination support. So
Yeah, well, just
hopefully
because
that
I was
answered your
looking
question.
at like from her presentation, I mean, it has to do with like the disconnect in authority and jurisdiction, all of that, and it seems like the LAFCOs play a big role here in like identifying those needs, but then maybe can't help implement those. Anyway, but then my other comment was, it just seems like a lot of these ideas today too are focusing on regional approach, right? Like the land repurposing piece too. And it makes me think of like IRWM and just like there are a lot of these forums where there's, attempted like regional coordination opportunities, bringing different stakeholders together. And I don't know, like I think this is an important idea, and it just seems like, is there some way we can build capacity through like those existing forums?
Well, I was going to have a question back to Tim about, he mentioned Coachella and Mojave as other districts that have championed this effort. The question back to you is, how did those districts kind of take those lead roles? What was the impetus for them to do that?
Well, in the case of Coachella, I think some of that effort early on grew out of the IRWM process where, there was this emphasis on disadvantaged community outreach and so on and so forth. I think that they also had the benefit of a real champion who got a seat on their board and was really who saw the need and really put a lot of personal capital out there to really move it forward. I think in the case of Mojave, I think they just saw that the small systems that were in their jurisdiction had these needs. They knew that, and they just took it upon themselves to kind of initiate the conversation. They have a small system committee or working group, I forget what they call it, and it grew out of that sort of organically, I guess you could say. I don't know about Placerville or Placer County or some other areas, but I would say that I wanted to plus up this recommendation. I think it's important, and I think to the extent there are existing forums that can serve this purpose, let's use them. Cal Mutuals is planning, I don't know, plans keep evolving a little bit, but this fall at their annual meeting, they're thinking of having a forum, a roundtable to bring together some of the entities that have really taken this on to focus on the needs of small systems like Public Works, Carolina's colleagues and others would be part of that. But so I think that I can clearly say we would be very willing to work on this and welcome the focus on it. I don't know if we would, I would have to think about whether we would phrase the need exactly in the same way, but the issue is important.
Sounds like Carolina might have a co-chair.
I thought it was
Jason.
Kyle already. I'm not sure.
I may have missed this when I stepped out, but for Suzanne, when you're talking about the vulnerabilities in your area, are you more concerned about, with the inflow of housing, just too many people pumping from the same area? Are you concerned about older wells being dug not as deep so they go dry compared to the ones around you? Or are you more concerned about individual wells as they age, the pumps going out and having to be replaced?
So I'm talking about zoning changes and planning that are allowing much denser development in parcels that had been residential, single-family residential parcels that are being rezoned into multi. I mean, I have a we have a huge building going on to a lot, an as-built that is looking like it's going to cover 5 acres, 2 stories high. And so they go in, we're in floodplain area, so it goes in with a foot of fill. There are old wells surrounding it, old homes that have been in for 40 or 50 years with shallower wells because the county now has required deeper wells, domestic wells. So, I mean, there are a lot of vulnerabilities that I hadn't really thought about even 3 years ago that are starting to, pop up. It's no longer the accessory home and the mobile home and, 13 cars and, people moving in with tough sheds and everything. Now it's actual as-built construction. I mean, 10,000 square feet. I'm trying to estimate it. Every day I go by, it continues on. So, I mean, it is a change of zoning. It's the fact that I think one of our supervisors said that the ag-res people weren't doing their part in the housing development area in the county. So now we're starting to see what it looks like when we do our part. So it's just that change of use with the old wells, dewatering then, the potential for dewatering, the additional septic systems that are going to go in, the low elevations that we're at, we're around flood fringe areas. So, I mean, a lot of vulnerabilities now are starting to really surface that even 3 years ago I hadn't conceived of. Yeah, lots.
Definitely some subjects that could be brought up in a forum that could be held. Tim, you still had your tent up. Did you still have any other questions? No. Laura, can you finish us out?
Yes, I have a question for Andrew. So has there been any conversations about speeding up or doing something to streamline the consolidation when everybody is in agreement? And the reason why I ask that is because our institute did a technical and feasibility and financial feasibility of connecting 12 small water systems to a large utility. And I want to say, I can't remember the exact numbers, but I think 9 out of the 12 had a failing ranking. The other 3 were because of their location. If you're already going to open the road for this one, and this one's just, on the same road that when they were going to consolidate, they would have opened the same road later. And so it was, how can we get these 12s? Then we also did the outreach to those small water systems and say, would you like to consolidate? So all 12 said yes. The larger utility said yes. And 5 years later, nothing's happened. And what I was told when I asked, what is the status? I've been told, when everybody agrees, it still takes 10 to 15 years to consolidate. Well, in the meantime, the wells of those small water systems have gone dry, and they've had to put in another well. And so that's not, good use of money when you already know that they're in the process of consolidating, and when it's 12 of them that are going to benefit from this.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly talk offline about the particular, that particular one, but I think some of the things that we've seen in those types of circumstances where you have multiple systems is sometimes just developing the agreements and the governance and all that, it can really slow things down, and that's something where we can weigh in on, but we don't have much authority over. Especially if it's voluntary, and even if it's mandatory, it can be challenging. I think we see that just lining all that stuff up can often take a couple years, and then sort of the planning, and then the construction can take several more years, and so it's not. I'd say 10 years is definitely way too long, but if you're thinking, it's 5, 6, 7 years for a project that involves multiple water systems, that might be about average. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't do better, but that is kind of where we're at for a lot of those reasons. And I think there are things that can be done potentially to tighten up some of that. But others, like for example, we had one water system. This wasn't a consolidation. They're putting in a new well. They got the bid. They went out, and it was going to take 400 days just to get that constructed. And Most of that was because they needed a custom electrical panel to run the well. And that's how long that's the lead time for that. And so all these things have like these lead times built in that are kind of certainly out of the water system's control and out of our control. But there are places that we can definitely do better. And I would say the other thing on this to think about is where there can be ideas like there were some ideas floated several years ago about small system water authorities that would be regional authorities that could come in and do some of these things, and that those have they're still floating out there but haven't happened yet. So, but I'm happy to talk with you offline about that particular one.
All right, Carolina, do you still have your 10 up for?
Sorry, yeah, very quickly, but I'll let you go first, Kaya. And mine was more of an idea of how we move forward from there. So.
Kaya, please.
I just wanted, I'm Kaya Rivers with Community Water Center. I just wanted to plus what Suzanne said earlier about maybe including domestic well considerations within this idea. I know that Community Water Center works with a couple of communities that are domestic wells around larger public water systems, and they're working to get them connected to that public water system. And I know that they're safer, which really focuses more on water systems, but I think that there could be a domestic well piece to this as well, especially looking for funding opportunities to further projects like that along as well. So just wanted to add that there.
Thank you. Carolina, wrap us up.
Yeah, thanks. So I really appreciate everybody's input on this one and getting to hear different perspectives. And kind of what is already outlined here, Anthony, we're kind of trying to find a way to look forward, and it really was initially like the development of these forums and some guidelines just to initiate. I think some of that is resource-based, and I know we talked about identifying funding. So I just want to make sure that we all, it sounds like there's some support there's at least agreement on need and the advantage that there would be. I wasn't sure if I heard that maybe that individualized regional forums would be the way to go, though. Is that something we could maybe
we could kick
get
that idea around, yeah, or at least
Okay.
customize some, yeah.
Okay, so that's where the development would happen. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I think my my pivot to have everybody stand was really well received because we got a lot of input. So thank you so much on that one, which also means we only have about 30 more minutes for 2 other ideas. So quickly moving on to improve system and regulatory flexibility for water infrastructure resilience. We had some discussions about challenges to existing implementation of projects that are less controversial water infrastructure projects that could help system flexibility and address changing conditions. One thought was to help streamline permitting for water infrastructure projects, particularly around water rights that are critical elements for the feasibility of groundwater recharge proponents. So we talked a little bit about some of the permitting. There's new permits from the Water Board, temporary permits that help provide new pathways or avenues for proponents to do groundwater recharge. Since then, there's a Water Code 1242.1, which allows for diversions for flood flows for groundwater recharge without a water right, an existing water right. But there are very specific conditions in the water system, such as the balance condition in the delta, that really limit the opportunities to use that provision. Since then, there's been an executive order in 1625 that has similar requirements as the water code element, but which the executive order alleviates the need for a regional flood control plan. But again, those other conditions are still kind of cumbersome to kind of meet that threshold. So where we were landing was we're trying to streamline permitting for groundwater recharge and other water supply reliability projects, especially receiving state funding. But we kind of hit a wall there. Because, you know, one, we just didn't have enough information to kind of keep informing how we can formulate this recommendation. And then there was a passing of SB 974, which was adopted a few weeks ago to provide CEQA exemptions for water infrastructure projects, types like installation, repair, reconstruction that support small disadvantaged communities as a part of a larger package of legislation to accelerate housing. There's that word again, housing, right? So we weren't sure how that new bill kind of would affect this idea. So now I'm kind of throwing it out there for you folks to kind of think about, like, what do you think about improved regulatory flexibility? What does that seem to you? And what challenges are out there when you're trying to get around and address regulation for water infrastructure projects? Any thoughts? Yes, Kenley.
Yeah, Caitlin Leventhal, CSAC. I feel like kind of what we were talking about with the just there being a lot of CEQA exemptions that are coming out of this legislative season with various budget trailer bills, with the water infrastructure projects, and also with housing CEQA exemptions. I think it really goes back to what we were talking about earlier about kind of some of the disjointedness of water systems and housing developments not communicating, and I think that there's importance with having some streamlining for housing. Obviously, we need housing and we need these water infrastructure projects to go in, but I think with this there is, it poses some additional needs for people to, and groups to, I think critically about, you know, what the needs are in terms of communication and understanding the needs of these projects as they're not going through these CEQA review processes. So, yeah.
Any other ideas or thoughts on regulatory challenges? Kaya?
Yeah, I had some thoughts about how streamlining potentially recharge could impact drinking water. Recharge is obviously really beneficial for potentially increasing groundwater levels and diluting contaminants, but at least at Community Water Center and some other organizations we've worked with, also some work that DWR is doing with recharge and water quality, that recharge and water quality nexus. I do have some concerns about how streamlining recharge may further degrade water quality for communities that already have drinking water scarcity. So like furthering contamination, making sure that, I guess the priority is really making sure that their recharge projects have water quality monitoring. We're looking at where potential contamination in the soil might be located in order to further exacerbate and push that contamination into the groundwater. So I guess like before streamlining recharge projects, making sure that we have the groundwork and foundation to know how we can protect drinking water sources while implementing these projects at the same time.
Thank you, Kaya. Katie?
Well, yeah, that's a really good point. And I think like anytime we talk about streamlining, we have to be careful that it's like not about like at the expense of public health or the environment, right? And the idea is to try to just speed up the process in ways that are not causing harm elsewhere. So that's a really good point. Yeah, so I was kind of involved in the work group coming up with this recommendation. We had a lot of different ideas, and I just wanted to throw out like some things we were thinking about. If anyone else has kind of experience or ideas or suggestions for how to move forward, but with this idea of like improving system and regulatory flexibility, we're like, how can we better, you know, move water where it needs to be? Because there is water in the state, sometimes it's not in the right place at the right time. So that's where this idea of like improving groundwater recharge, and also like water transfers and exchanges, which can be complicated, especially with groundwater, and if there's like interbasin transfers, the water rights around that can be challenging. And so just seeing if there's ways for these projects, some of them might need new infrastructure, like to physically move the water where it needs to go, and other times it might be more just of a regulatory constraint, even if the infrastructure exists. So we recognize that as a problem, but we're trying to figure out like what's the specific recommendations. So just to kind of throw that out there in case that spurs any ideas for anyone.
Tim.
I'm just going to say something I know very little about, but as an idea, I know that within the Metropolitan Water District, they have, as part of their Camp for Water, Climate Adaptation Master Plan, or whatever that stands for, they are facilitating, they're reducing the institutional barriers, which are another problem, just by within their district, their 26-member agencies, facilitating exchanges and transfers just within their own family, so to speak. So that might be something that, I know it took a lot of discussion to get there, but it might be something that could help inform this idea, just to see what lessons learned might come out of that experience. Just a thought.
Anthony,
Sierra?
can I jump in here?
Oh,
I've had my
please. Yes, I might have
for
missed
a
you.
really long time. I'm
Please,
sorry.
please.
Thank you. So a few things, and just recalling, I'm not usually part of the STRIP collaborative. You know, I am here making sure that the tribal voices that are normally at this seat are being represented. And so a couple of the things that I've heard in working with both Josh Cahill and Matessa Martin is, you know, they're not opposed to housing developments. They want, you know, they're not wanting to, tribes aren't wanting to get in the way of say, progress and making sure that water is available, but also making sure that there is an appropriate process. And so when we talk about streamlining CEQA, a big concern from the tribes is that that's also going to often bypass tribal consultation and the lack of communication and transparency with tribes and consideration of tribes that are within these regional areas that could be affected, and oftentimes are affected anytime CEQA is streamlined, and basically you have exemptions to CEQA, which doesn't necessarily prompt someone when they're going through their CEQA checklist to do tribal outreach. And so one of the recommendations would be just making sure that there are provisions built in that even if there is an exemption to CEQA, making sure there is an opportunity or there is outreach to tribes that's being done, and even being able to partner with tribes. A tribe like, say, Buena Vista Rancheria, who Matessa is a part of, relies 100% on groundwater. So when they have no surface water to pull from, groundwater is pretty much their entire livelihood, and where they get all of their water to supply their tribal members and the residents on the res. And so being able to coordinate with them as far as timing or location of groundwater recharge would be an important aspect to this process.
So something to consider when we're thinking about streamlining, making sure there's considerations for others like tribes and so forth.
Exactly.
Thank you. Suzanne and then Sierra?
Banking be part of this flexibility and infrastructure? I mean, it's part of it's reliable water projects. Is water banking part of that discussion?
I don't think we're taking anything off the table thus far, so.
I don't know, it just seems, you know, because that's a lot of, I know that I think that a lot of the recharge projects, at least in the South American sub-basin, are really geared toward the eventuality of the plans for water banking in the future. So I don't know if that's appropriate or not. Just a comment.
I think it's appropriate at least to look into. There's a lot of considerations to think about when you're doing water banking,
Right.
accounting and
Right, but that's all,
monitoring and so
yeah,
forth.
part of
but-
the recharge cycle, I would think. Okay, thank you.
Sierra?
Yeah, I noticed earlier that water rights isn't up on the board, but then Katie did bring it up, which I think that is something that it keeps coming up in these conversations, and I'd recommend that maybe we could at some point get a presentation about, I mean, even like a high level, what California water rights look like. We've had some references even today. Roberto brought up some of the differences between riparian and appropriative and pre-1914, and that, you know, if they're appropriative, they're limited to place of use, and that's in where I work, that's been a big barrier to being able to do exchanges. So, we have abundant surface water in one of our water agencies for 6 months a year, and they wanted to put that abundant surface water into the groundwater basin, but the groundwater basin was outside of the place of use, and it took several years to get the permit to do that, even with a lot of support from both the groundwater sustainability plan and a habitat conservation plan. It still took 2.5 years. So getting more information for this work group about when water rights is a limitation and what the State Water Board is doing to try to streamline that, I think could be useful, and I certainly think should be a bit of a topic of that work group.
Yeah, I'll just recognize, I know the Water Board has a lot of products out there already to talk about water rights and so forth, but I don't think it's something that we wouldn't want to bring up, at least in the work group meetings, to further identify that boundary and understand our water rights, how it plays a role. Oh, Katie, last one.
So I don't know. I struggle with what the recommendation is, other than like make the water rights process faster for like transfers and exchanges, and just recognizing like the staffing limitations. So I guess that's where, any ideas on just if there are like practical ways to just expedite that process.
All right, thank you. All right, home stretch. Oh, one more, Lawrence.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
to that end, I'm fairly naive here, but is there a process improvement opportunity, like with the permitting world? So much of the housing conversation is related to, permitting holdups and just sort of the real muck that permits get dragged through. So we may not need to change water rights, but we could speed them up by thinking about opportunities or learning about opportunities for process improvement. An idea.
We can always offer more staffing and budget to the Water Board, right? Yeah?
Well, the idea with process improvement is you do more with less, to really look at sort of what the holdup is. And, in government, it's a modernization sort of approach that, frankly, all of government needs to do. So I'll get off my high horse.
Yeah, I agree. But I'll give them credit. I think they're doing a lot with a little. How about that? Okay. Last idea number 3. Oh, and I'm sorry. I'm going to skip over the slide. I think we're just leaning towards learning more and getting more information to develop it. Idea 3, establish groundwater recharge infrastructure program for local drought resilience. So although there's been some increases in managed aquifer recharge, there continues to be an increased need. And the idea came based on past programs that the department has put together. In 2023, we were able to see managed aquifer recharge to a sum of over 400,000 acre feet. And the department had some resources to help set up these opportunities. There was a pumping program where we rented and leased out pumps. There was a land preparation program where we called it kind of rip and chip kind of thing, where you have to prepare the land to accept the water for recharge. Those kind of things were really valuable to see those kind of benefits that we had in 2023. And we want to kind of build upon those opportunities. But there are other tools that exist, and as well as new tools that the department is working on to help support groundwater recharge with many water basins. So one will be the update for Bulletin 118, and the other is the Basin Characterization Program. They both help inform on existing conditions of groundwater resources, its management, and where there could be optimal locations to develop groundwater recharge. The other tools that I mentioned, or didn't mention, are items like the Cal Groundwater Live website with real-time insights on regional and statewide groundwater conditions, the semi-annual groundwater conditions updates that include water level trends and storage estimates, and the SGMA portal that offers tools and data sets for informed groundwater management. So the idea here is that we can kind of take all those concepts and components that are out there and kind of package them up. For more, to show more to the regional and local partners to improve understanding and promote the feasibility of groundwater recharge in their area. It'll provide the technical information and planning that is available that they can tap into, that they may not have common knowledge of. Additionally, knowing what water is available for groundwater recharge and matching the infrastructure needs is another component that can reflect the feasibility of such projects. So the whole point of this effort is really trying to kind of bring the horse to the water, so to speak, kind of bringing these regional, local partners that there are more feasible things that they can do, and they may be apt to do them and champion them. So different pathways we thought about. We can continue to be informed and explore past programs and examples and new studies that can inform on aspects of the program. And we can learn more about pending recommendations coming out of the Bulletin 118. But we were kind of leaning towards actually developing a recommendation to drive groundwater recharge activities to meet water strategy goals of the 500,000 acre-feet of groundwater storage by developing draft recommendations centered on components and actions that support regional and local groundwater recharge infrastructure. So we can have outreach campaigns to highlight local opportunities. We can increase local understanding of groundwater basins through the tools I've mentioned. And we can inform on matching water available for recharge with infrastructure to assess and identify local and regional groundwater infrastructure needs. So an example of that is the San Joaquin Valley watershed studies that we learned about in March, I believe it is, that looked at using FERO and MAR and environmental flows for a real more holistic approach to watershed management. So do you think there's any more information that's needed? Do you think there are more, what are the opportunities or barriers to advance this idea? Lawrence.
Yeah, I want to call attention to the Occidental Center for Arts and Ecology. They have an amazing program led by Brock Dolman called Fuels to Flows. And it is a groundwater recharge program that's paired with a forest management program to take fuel stock and create a gullification of watersheds that keeps forest, it's a fire prevention, forest maintenance program that also creates essentially a dam that helps to sink slow and spread water. So that's a possibility for complementing. At the very least, it's a program that they're starting to promote, and they're great about their framing and education. So it may not be appropriate for all watersheds or all conditions, but it's certainly something that I would encourage you to look at and think about maybe funding to help spread across the state.
Great example, thanks. Anna.
I really appreciate this recommendation and would encourage us to consider co-benefits and broader considerations in developing outreach materials or, sharing information about what might be possible with groundwater recharge, and not to focus solely on, volumetric targets or efficiency of infiltration, but recharge can be incredibly beneficial for ecosystems and communities if sited and managed in particular ways. So I just encourage this group to consider broader co-benefits, and then also take into account potential risks associated with recharge, which I bet Kaya could share some more informed thoughts on as well.
Thank you, Anna. Katie? Was that a leftover? Anyone else? Kaya?
Yeah, thanks, Anna. Definitely agree that recharge projects can look at co-benefits for like habitat restoration, and also like providing green spaces for communities and getting those drinking water benefits. And then I shared about the risks for recharge as well in the last idea, but I guess just to elevate it here again, just making sure that recharge projects, when implemented, don't further exacerbate drinking water issues and causing contamination. So looking at past land uses, if there's drinking water mitigation needed, if like drinking water sources are further contaminated and no longer safe to drink, water quality monitoring. CWC and some other organizations wrote a recommendations document, kind of highlighting some of these potential risks. If folks are interested, then I can share it with you all, especially folks that are working on this recommendation.
Not going to miss you this time.
Thank you. Related to Kaya's comment, that is something that also tribal communities are highly vulnerable to is pollution and decreased water quality. And the susceptibility is also just based on the way tribes use water and the resources that are supplied by the water, including gathering native plants, often used for Native American basketry. They'll put the plants in their mouth, immediately getting exposure to herbicides, pesticides, or other decontaminants. One of the things that Josh Cahill has been working on as part of his work here at the DRIP, but also as part of his work at the Yurok tribe, is also tying in soils analysis with groundwater recharge. So making sure that areas are appropriate for groundwater recharge acceptability, but also identifying contaminants early on.
Thank you. Carolina? Then Sierra.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could ask first, when we're considering this establishment of groundwater recharge infrastructure program, are we there's scale that needs to be considered. And so I was wondering first, before I make my comment, are we considering all scale of recharge type projects?
I think so, but
Okay.
I think we were also trying to come up with examples of successes to
Okay.
help locals understand that there's more feasibility to projects within their own backyard. I know there's several in the Sacramento Valley that have been going on,
I see.
but nothing in the San Joaquin Valley, and trying to
Okay.
figure out how to spur that a little bit.
So, maybe some things that we can consider as a committee is, it's just again, in my backyard. Again, it's very dependent on what the local government is and what the institutions there are. But for example, the LA County Flood Control District, one of its charters, which has been around for over 100 years, so it's not like this just came up, but was that not only flood control, but water con. So within especially in the San Gabriel Valley of LA County, there is no the LA County Flood Control District does not own the water. So we have 14 major dams, and then we spread the water, which then is recharged to go into groundwater, which are adjudicated basins. So it's a very unique situation, but there's huge examples of how that works there. But that's a really big scale. But then also in LA County, you have the Safe Clean Water program. And so any of you are interested, again, and it's so funny because I had my water bottle when I was promoting it just now, and I just realized I probably left it in the lunchroom. But anyway, so the Safe Clean Water program, you can go to safecleanwaterla.org, and that is much more localized. Now the Safe Clean Water program is a parcel tax, 2-cent tax that we were able to pass in LA County. Anyway, but it has very different programs, and they're have very specific local governance. But they have not just a municipal program, but they have a regional program, and then so monies are allocated they're awarded to projects. And there's examples on that website of various projects that were put forth to enhance things that we are talking about, things like utilizing stormwater for either recharge or to green an area or for various purposes. So there's examples of those kinds of projects and tools to be used to develop those kinds of projects are there as well.
Right. I like funding examples. That's great. Sierra, and then Suzanne.
So I'll start by saying I am very supportive of groundwater recharge. The thing I'm struggling with in this particular piece is what role DRIP can play that isn't already being played. There is so much out there on recharge. I haven't been to a conference in the last decade that didn't have at least one session on MAR. and the resources and the recharge. And DWR has done immense work with the AEM surveys, which I think were hugely beneficial. And maybe there's some additional benefit for some localized additional research. But, the groundwater sustainability agencies have been focusing on this as a key solution. So I'm not poo-pooing it. I think it's really important to continue to ring the bell of how critical recharge is for sustainability and drought resilience. I'm just not exactly sure where we have value added here in an area that's already so widely focused on. So just something to just think about for the next, when this comes back to us in the form of some sort of recommendation. I think there's a lot of role for, I'm sorry, is it complementing? Yeah, complementing existing and, throwing our weight behind, Prop 4 has got a bunch of money for MAR. There's a bunch of work being done. Like, how can we lift that up? I think there's a lot for that, but I'm struggling a little bit to see how we would add value beyond that. So just to kind of put it out there for thought for next.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, Sierra. I think what I perceive the idea is that there's a lot of information out there, but some of it's just not tailor-made for certain areas, and it might tap into the first idea of having a forum for the locals and regionals that are maybe more specific just for groundwater recharge as opposed to other issues that we talked about previously. So it could morph definitely to kind of zero in on that concept. Suzanne, you want to finish this out?
That are built in the flood fringes of rivers have really a built-in flood control that has evolved into a groundwater recharge system. I was looking at some of the older plans for our subdivision done in 1978, and so we have flood retention basins that cover a 2-acre shed and a 100-year event. And I have lived there, and I have a retention basin on my property. And during the large storm events, we have a marker in our retention basin. And so these are actually built-in recharge opportunities now that fit into land use. When you start filling them for development, you destroy a built-in recharge that has already been built into the landscape of the area. And so I think this could be a consideration when we talk about this on a regional or local level with respect to land use and to the retention of these older plans that use the natural landscape, the topography and swales and built-in basins for floodwater retention. Equals recharge. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. We did have conversations within our work group of actually tapping into flood control facilities to use for groundwater recharge. Some of the pushback are like, it's not the intended use necessarily. Maybe there's some O&M issues for the flood control agencies that control those properties, but there could still maybe be some conversations of where we can tie into that. But thank you for that idea. Okay, well, with that, we're going to move on to public comment for this water infrastructure and planning focus area. I'll look to our folks in the back there. Getting a head shake, no public comments. So I will retire this over to, or do you want to just go to break? Okay. How long do we have? 15 minutes, folks. So be back here at 3:47. 3:35? 45.
Raindrops on the river flow, whispers of the tides below, heartbeats of the ancient sea. Water's breath sets us free. Storm clouds break the sky apart. Thunder echoes in my heart. Streams of life run wild and free. What a soul of destiny. Life burning from the deepest I'm not alone. Band waters touch on softest sand. Rivers carve their own new path. Silent witness to our quiet of the night. Moonlight on the waterside. Ancient tales in silence lie. Whispers of the lullaby. Yes, the stone water you. We're not alone. We're not alone.
All right, everyone, welcome back. The last part of our day. Okay, so we've had an opportunity to work through all the different ideas for the 3 focus groups, focus areas, and thinking back to our objectives, we want to make sure that we leave today with a clear direction to our work groups in terms of how to move forward and how to advance the ideas along the different pathways of inform, complement, and lead. And so we've decided to just shift and change a little bit our breakout because we don't know that we're quite at a place where we thought we would be with our ideas. So I'm going to just share what we're going to do. But just as a reminder, we have 9 different ideas. We added the O&M consideration for habitat restoration projects. And and as we went through them today, some were a clear, inform, lead, or complement, and we need to just make sure that we validate this with you. And some of the ideas we're still in that place of we're not really sure how we're going to move them forward. So we want to, in small groups, give you a chance to just talk among yourselves about and just kind of debrief from the day and what you heard and what you're thinking would be the best pathway to move forward on these 9 ideas. So here is what we're asking you to do. We want you to reflect on these ideas, and we want to ensure that they appropriately focus and help us prepare for the work group meetings in August, maybe September. And so we want to know which ideas do you feel strongly should be developed as a recommendation? Which ideas are likely best served as complement opportunity? Is the DRIP value add role clear on how to influence the ongoing efforts? And which of these ideas should be in the informed categories? And of those, which ones should we set time aside for in our upcoming meeting, whether it's whether it's the October meeting or virtual meetings ahead of that, to just do what we've done some of today, which is hear from subject matter experts and just really better understand some of the things that we are working through. And I was reflecting today as we were listening to our speakers that the issues that we're working through, that we're addressing, the problems we identified as important to work through, they're not new things that have just come up. These are things that are being worked on and advancing lots of different efforts. And so this idea of what is the value add of the DRIP collaborative is particularly important. So make sure that you keep that in mind as you're thinking about where they best fit. And also remember to think about what is the scope of DRIP. So, is this the right role for us to serve in terms of addressing the particular ideas in these different pathways? And do we have the capacity? We already talked about it last time. We don't have necessarily the capacity to develop 9 recommendations. It's a significant effort. So really being strategic about where we can be of value would be really important in the conversation. So we have 3 stations. They're not like sit down. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Is it to inform us or for us to inform? Or
It's
both?
for us to be informed.
To
yes.
be informed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a learning opportunity for all of us. And maybe as a result, we think, okay, now that we're better informed, we can think a little bit more strategically how to move forward with this idea. It could be that some of the 8 ideas you might say, well, we're not really quite sure where they fit in today, and we don't really have a clear pathway. Or maybe we should drop something because maybe it's not quite appropriate for us as a DRIP collaborative to engage. Maybe it's being handled elsewhere. I think Sierra just spoke to that with the recharge. So be very strategic in how we want to use our time together to advance some of these ideas. So at each of the stations, there's going to be these beautifully made cards, thanks Zoe, with the ideas. And what we're asking you to do then just to bucket them. You only have about 20 minutes to do that. And just discuss what really, what do you want the work group to really develop with those ideas, do with these ideas. If you have any suggestions, any comments, any reflections based on what you heard today, please bring those out so we can bring it to the conversations. And if you are incredibly ambitious, you can start doing what we were hoping we would get to today, is to really start connecting ideas. As we heard earlier today, I think, Katie, you were talking about that earlier, pointing out that there's this kind of thread throughout with this like regional approach across several of the ideas. So starting to make connections or seeing common themes. If you have time, you can do that. If not, we'll come back to it in October. But you can see we started kind of just thinking about it and really noticing those kind of ways that they all link together. They're not in distinct, different conversations. They're all in different ways connect with each other. So that's our plan. I'm going to bring back the questions so you have it in front of you. And we are just going to do a 1, 2, 3 around and just a random division here because it's just really a nice way for you all to just be in conversation with each other. And we'll bring these ideas back to the work group. So I'm going to start with you, Carolina. We're going to just do 1, 2, 3 all around. Okay, great. All right, so you can join Zoe number 1, Glenn is number 2, and I'll be at number 3. And we have 20 minutes. Can you time us? Thank you. That's mine. Yeah, okay. All right, everyone, if you want to come back. So I have to say one of the things that I'm excited about is the expressed excitement of all the things that we are talking about and how relevant and interesting they are. So that was good to hear. So let's see, is everyone coming back? All right, so I'll report on our group. We had a really good discussion. We looked through the different ideas. And we divided them into the inform, complement, and lead, but we also identified 3 ideas that we feel are not quite ready to be bucketed because it would be helpful for the work group to go back and further refine and think through what the idea, what is kind of the just synthesize better what the idea is. And so the 3 things are the streaming grants and contract process as part of the ecosystem group. And for infrastructure, idea 2 and 3, the system and regulatory flexibility and the groundwater recharge infrastructure. The group felt that we needed to better define what the idea is, with some suggestion of, especially around the groundwater recharge infrastructure, to really find that added value, and that maybe there is an opportunity to think about incentives and addressing barriers to recharge. So these three we're kind of putting on the side, asking the work group to go back and refine for us to consider. In terms of inform, the in-stream flow requirements and an O&M consideration for habitat restoration projects seem to be good ideas for us to learn more about. We talked about the fact that the issue of understanding water rights in the context of the various ideas that we talked about today would be really important to kind of kickstart us at the October meeting. That would be important. Really kind of thinking through the principle of unintended consequences, and as we're thinking about changes and doing things in a different way and streamlining, the importance of considering that. So that goes with the inform. For the complement, well, we have land use idea around integrated water planning, and we're excited to see how that develop, and also the idea around vulnerable and state communities and state small water system infrastructure needs, that it'll be good to, for that particular one, to bring new ideas to support work that the State Water Board is already doing. So it's an opportunity for us to support that effort. So that's the complement. And then for the lead, there was support to move forward with land use idea around the regional approach for ag land transitions and housing and water supply nexus. So that was just kind of the bucketing. And then we also acknowledge the fact that there are definitely linkages and relationship between the different initiatives that we're looking to advance. And I think this is something that we're going to come back to in October, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. But I'm curious to hear what their two groups came up with. So I'm going to, are you ready? Yep, okay, here.
Okay. Our group, I think about half of them are the same, but the other half are not. Sorry for it's hard to read with the glare. Inform in the top left, there are the four. Complement these two. These three were lead. So it appears that we put idea infrastructure 1 in lead and you did not. We also had in-stream flow requirements in complement and you did not. The thing I'll just emphasize is a lot of the things in inform we felt like could very well become complements. Like if we knew more about water rights, maybe we'd move that to com. If we knew more about the value add for infrastructure 3, groundwater recharge, is there a drip value add? Maybe that would move as well to com. So we see everything in the inform as quite fluid, but we felt pretty strongly with land 1, land 2, which you definitely had as well. But yeah, we did have originally a TBD category where we weren't quite sure, and maybe depending on the exact details, maybe it belongs somewhere else. But we did try to force them into a bucket for the time being, but maybe they changed. Since we knew you were doing connections and we also wanted to be, an overachieving group, on the next slide, we started talking about what are the themes, so not the linkages between the boxes, but what themes are we picking up? Obviously, the lack of resources, all these ideas require resources. A lot of the problem statements are because of lack of resources. The regional angle, collaboration, definitely appeared in many things, many of the ideas across many parties. The theme of multi-benefit, you have to really address multiple outcomes. And then just roles and responsibilities in general. This kind of links to the regional collab. It's just a question of who is going to lead. Because often what's happening, there are gaps. There are gaps in responsibilities. And the question is, of course, who's going to lead with what money And how do this make sure it takes care of everyone? So that's what we're left.
Yeah. Yeah, and the roles and responsibility really is a continuation from our last year's discussions that we had when you're thinking about the importance of having that clarity. Okay. Oh,
No, but I can tell you, and you can look back there if you want to. So, well, what we bucketed as Inform was Eco 1 in-stream flow requirements. There's lots of stuff that's forthcoming from the state, including some guidance that's coming from work GSAs are doing on the interconnected nature of surface and groundwater, and that can really inform what those in-stream flow requirements are. So we'd like to stay informed on what's coming out there. In addition, we bucketed communication program as Inform. There's lots of efforts going on, and lots of local agencies spend a lot of time and effort developing their own communication programs, and we've talked a little bit about the other successful examples of communication that we could lean on. So we're right now in an Inform stage potentially. Also in Inform is groundwater recharge infrastructure, so Infra 3. There is a lot happening, and the collaborative needs to be informed on what's happening. Goes back to Sierra's comment of there's a lot happening in the world of Floodmar. And also Infra 2 system and regulatory flexibility. With all of the CEQA exemptions that were very recently passed, we want to stay tuned on what the results are of those. Moving on to the complement category, we have ECO 2, streamlined grant and contract processes, be informed on stay in the loop on and build up the Cutting the Green Tape initiative that's happening at CDFW. And then we kept the other ComLand 3 of integrating plans or assessing the interaction between plans. And in LEAD, we had Land 2, Housing Water Nexus. While there is more work needed to understand the mismatched timelines, there is a lot of work that can be done that the collaborative can recommend on. And then also in that category was a vulnerable and small water system infrastructure needs. So again, there's more work to understand what this problem and what this solution is potentially recommending. But in the end, we were really talking about a forum to help small water systems help themselves to consider consolidation or consider and share best practices. That's all.
all right. Thank you. Curious if anybody else has any additional comments or reflections on the exercise, both in terms of how we are addressing these issues, how they're connected, and the themes that have kind of followed us throughout the day today. There seem to be certain themes that we've keep coming up with as we're talking through those different issues. Any other thoughts before we close out? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Streamlining.
Streamline. But watch out for unintended consequences. Yes.
Yeah, with fuel stocks, and so we can slow sink spread.
Well, thank you, everyone, for we're just kind of working through that. Hopefully, that would really help us as we move into the next round of work group discussions. And just really want to encourage you to add notes and questions in the feedback form that we have for you, because we do want to summarize it and bring it back to the discussions that we're going to have at these work groups. So all of that, all the discussions and the exercises and our presentations today have been really helpful in terms of thinking through how best to advance these ideas. Want to check if we have any public comment before we close? No? Okay. Thank you. All right. So next steps. We will summarize everything and share it with all of you. We're going to schedule the next focus area meetings in August. There's a QR code for you to go to the scheduling tool so you can let us know when you're available, especially if you are in more than one group. Really is important for us to know all your availability, and we'll try to be scheduling these as soon as we can. So very important for you to respond right away so we can get it all on your calendars. We're going to continue and work on recommendation templates and bring all the progress that we're making with the ideas to our next meeting in October. So just to kind of see where we are after today, August, September meeting, incorporating feedback and developing the ideas, and really excited to see what we come up with in October as far as presenting recommendation ideas and collaboration opportunities. So that will be in October. And I think that's it. I'm assuming no public comments. I have to ask. No. All right. With that, want to turn it to you, Paul, to close us out.
Yeah, and first I want to thank everyone for spending the day and being so involved. I know your time's valuable, but this was fantastic, especially those who had to travel. It's really, really appreciated. It was a great day. And I think one of the things, and it really reflected with the breakouts, these topics are really, really complex, and there's a lot more information that we need to glean from a lot of subject matter experts, but really that just is part of this process with this group and the collaboration we have. We have a lot of ideas coming from this wide spectrum of people, and this is where we're really going to make a lot of headway, is just collaborating on these topics. So really looking forward to diving deep into these topics and getting into the October meeting and looking still at the recommendations and the progress on last year's recommendations, but looking at these topics, but also thinking ahead, because these are weighty topics. There's many of them, and I think we're starting to look that there's a lot more details into each one of these. But we also need to think about, and I think about, come October, what's going to be most important for us going into 2026, come April, May, June, assuming the bottom's going to drop out and it's going to be dry as a bone, right? All these topics are going to be important for the long haul, and this group's, I'm assuming, is going to be standing for the long haul. We're going to be here, it's going to persist for a while, so these topics we're going to have to work on. So we're going to need to chip away and keep at it, but there are going to be ones that we're going to need to focus in on for the near term is, till we get to that resilient piece. And we're not there yet. So again, I want to thank you all. These were great topics, great discussion, and gave me a lot of things to think about on the drive home in the weekend and days and weeks ahead. So thank you all. Have a great weekend.